Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the Medical Board of California quarterly board meeting. While this meeting is being conducted with all participating board members and staff at the Sacramento meeting location, this meeting is being streamed interactively using the WebEx to allow for remote public comment in the same manner as the recent meetings. Public comments will be heard for each agenda item for individuals wishing to do so in person and remotely. To be ready for comments, to be ready for remote public comment, we ask please ensure that your comments can be heard clearly by being connected to the audio of this meeting through the proper method. If you're having difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting, it could be because the device you're connecting with has bandwidth limitations. If you do have difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting using your device, please click the ellipsis button at the bottom of the WebEx application or the audio and video menu item at the top of the WebEx application, and then select Switch Audio. You will see an option to call in and will be provided with a telephone number, access code, and attendee ID that can be used to connect to the meeting audio to your phone. Using the information provided, it will automatically disconnect your device's audio and connect your phone to the name you joined the meeting with. By using this method, if you are having audio problems with your device, this will allow you to still participate and hear the audio of the board. Please see the additional meeting information link on the first page of the meeting agenda for more information on connecting to the meeting and accessing these meeting materials. Thank you. Vice President Hawkins, you can now start the meeting.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome. I'm Dr. Randy Hawkins, Vice President of the Medical Board of California. President Lawson has conflicts and will not be present today or tomorrow. I want to ask all of us to please turn off our cell phones to silent. You may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They're using their device to access board meeting materials that are in electronic format. If you're a member of the media and require assistance or information, please see Ali Shembra. We have a designated time on the agenda for public comment, and we'll ask for public comment on each agenda item. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California, and disruptions of the board's business will not be tolerated. Government Section Code 111265.5 allows the board to remove persons who willfully interrupt a meeting and clear the room if order cannot be restored by removing the disruptive people. The board welcomes public comment on any item on the agenda, and it's the board's intent to ask for public comment prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment on an agenda item and you wish to speak on that item, please raise your hand or come forward and you'll be recognized. This meeting is also being streamed via WebEx. Individuals attending the meeting remotely on WebEx will have an opportunity to provide public comment and will be assisted by the host who will be facilitating the WebEx meeting. During each agenda item, the host moderating this WebEx event will activate the hands raised and Q&A feature, WebEx will ask anyone wishing to make a public comment to indicate so by raising their hand, entering yes into the Q&A window. The host will then call the individual who indicated they wish to make public comment by name provided, but the individual may use a pseudonym. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual, and they'll have 3 minutes to make the public comments, but this time period may be reduced depending on the number of people who wish to speak, so that more people can be heard. The host will automatically announce when 30 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the individual time for public comments elapsed, the individual will place back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. During agenda item 2, public comment items not on the agenda, the board has limited the total public comment time period for individuals for 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comments on other agenda items, 20 minutes will allow for the comment period. After 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. I wish to remind all speakers to please stay on topic. Keep your comments to the allotted time or less. Today's meeting will be run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law. We plan to end today by 5 p.m. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Ms. Taylor, please call the roll.
All right, Ms. Lubiano. Here. Dr. Bolat. Here. Mr. Brooks. Dr. Helzer.
Here.
Ms. Jung. Here. Dr. Mahmoud.
Yes.
Mr. Rue.
Present.
Dr. Thorpe.
Here.
Dr. Sai.
Here.
Mr. Watkins,
Present.
Ms. Lawson, and Dr. Hawkins.
Here. Thank you. A quorum is present.
There's a quorum.
I would like to remind the members again that we'll be taking a roll call vote on all action items. Next, move to item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda. Before I ask for public comment, I ask individuals making comments to not discuss pending complaints, pending licensing application, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to the board, to the members that is outside of the record in violation of the Administration Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions create a conflict and lead to board decisions being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. In addition, the board would like the public to access the public as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comments during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action board members can take is to listen to comments and decide whether they want a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken on the item at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like the board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed to avoid compromising the speaker's goal or the board's mission. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please wait until we get to that agenda item. Comment at that time, and only for the item, and only for items not on the agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. First, are there any public comments for those in the hearing room? If so, you may step forward. Public comments not on the agenda. There appears to be none. Any public comments on WebEx?
If anyone wants to make a public comment, please use the raising hand feature in the WebEx or use the Q&A window. You can just type your name in there, or yes, you'd like to make a public comment, and we'll call on you in the order received. First request here I see is from Kristen Ogden. Kristen Ogden, you should be getting that prompt now. Morning, Kristen, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I would like to start, in case I can't connect tomorrow for some reason, by just saying thank you to the board for resuming your work on the prescribing guideline and moving toward a vote on and completion. My comment this morning, however, has to do with recent events that have reminded me how serious an issue the continuing stigma is as directed toward folks who need pain care, but for various reasons are not always readily able to get what they need. You had a presentation a year or so ago from a gentleman who talked about the stigma directed toward Black and brown-skinned patients, and a good discussion followed that. And I commented at that time that many people are not aware that there continues to be there is great stigma directed toward pain patients. A couple patients have contacted me just this week who have tried everything that they knew to try, gone down every list they had, and yet have been unable to find a pain doctor willing to treat them. These patients are people who were patients of Dr. David Bauckoff and have been without a real doctor, a permanent doctor, since November 1st. They have tried various temporary solutions, but now they're out of solutions. And just as an example, one patient told me he had gone one at a time and gotten an appointment with every doctor on a particular list he had to go by of possible pain doctors. And they all said no. But he got to one, the final one on the list, and that person said, well, if you can get your dose down to 90 MME or lower, yes, I'll take you. Well, the person worked hard to cut themselves back in order to comply and got from 120 MME down to 87, and yet got another appointment, went back to that doctor, and the doctor still declined to take him after charging him mega bucks both times for these appointments. This is a continuing problem, and no matter how the guidelines in their final form read, the publication of them is not going to fix this problem about the stigma. I know that you're aware that this is a problem, but I just want to reemphasize to you the importance of some sort of an outreach to try to turn attitudes around because patients are being denied care. In addition, I'd like to bring you up to date with one quick statement. You're aware that certain patients of Dr. Baukoff got together to try to attempt some legal action in defense of our not having an opportunity to comment, to have a part in the decision-making about the disposition of Dr. Baukoff's case. We appealed our situation after having received a denial from DEA to our motion to intervene. We appealed to the Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit Court. And yesterday we found out that the court has denied DEA's motion to dismiss our case. The Circuit Court of Appeals, DC Circuit, has denied DEA's motion to throw out, dismiss our case. Conclude. So, in the words of our attorney, John Flannery, we have survived.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Hello,
your line's open.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Marion Hollingsworth, patient safety advocate. I would like to ask the board to review SB 1636. This is a bill that took effect in January of this year, which was supposed to prevent doctors from having their licenses reinstated if they had been revoked or surrendered for sexual assault or surrender under 726 or 729. The problem is the medical board is interpreting 1636 to only affect doctors who will lose their license in the future. Jenna Jones told me that 1636 doesn't affect cases that were settled before the law took effect, but the law doesn't state that. 1636 says doctors found to have violated 726 or 729 must not have their licenses reinstated, period. The entire purpose of this new law was to protect these doctors from getting reinstated in order to protect patients. However, now instead of protecting patients from doctors you know have violated these statutes with patients, you are allowing these doctors to get their licenses reinstated. I know of one doctor who has already been reinstated and has moved into my county to practice. And I just discovered another one who has a
Sorry about that, Marianne. We're having some audio issue here. Just a second. Looks like it reset everyone that had their hands raised. If I could ask everyone to raise their hand again that wished to make a public comment. Marianne, I'm sending you the prompt. Again.
Are you good?
All right, Marianne. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I stopped the clock as quick as I can.
Okay,
Please go ahead. Since you have about a minute and a half left.
Okay, I'll re-rack a little bit. Please take another look at 1636 and implement this new law as written. Don't let more doctors who have sexually assaulted patients get their licenses back. Also, on another topic, last year I had suggested an advisory committee of advocates to work with the board on improvements in outreach. A number of you on the board were open to this suggestion. However, nothing has been said about this lately. I hope you will revisit the idea of an advisory committee and see whether it can be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Sorry again for that delay. Next up here we have Curtis. Curtis, send that request to you. Morning, Curtis, are you there? Morning, Curtis, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Some of you have had to sit through Eric Andrus' story of how bad doctors and medical errors have affected his family many times. And unfortunately, he's going to have to add to that story today. In 2003, Eric and his partner took in his elderly sister and his disabled mother to live with them. Eric's mother died 14 months later from hospital-acquired sepsis. At that point, Eric gave up his career in the entertainment industry and began caring for his sister, Callie, full-time. Then in 2012, she too died from horrendous medical orders while doctors were incapable incapable of diagnosing that she had a strangulated bowel. To make matters worse, they didn't give her any pain medication for over 15 hours, and when they finally did, they gave her Dilaudid, which is 15 times stronger than morphine, which knocked her out. But shortly before they gave her that, they gave her a radioactive beverage to drink for a CT scan. During that scan, while she was unconscious from the pain medication, she aspirated the drink into her lungs, causing pulmonary edema, sending her into cardiac arrest. Because of her mental retardation, the hospital staff assumed she was a DNR, a life not worth saving, even though she was not. When they realized they were wrong, they spent 17 minutes trying to revive her and did, but it was too late. She was already brain dead. Eric filed a medical board complaint, which was closed even though the board staff couldn't be bothered to get a certified copy of her medical records from the hospital and didn't have the private autopsy report that he paid for. When he complained to the board, they pretended to open the case back up, only to close it back down a few weeks later. The doctor that killed his sister got away with it. A few years back, Eric was diagnosed with 4 hernias and went in to have 2 of them repaired. That surgery failed, and a year later, he had it redone. That surgery again failed, and the surgeon wanted to do a 3rd surgery. No longer trusting her, he went to a different surgeon who supposedly fixed it, but found that the original surgeon had done the procedure incorrectly and notated that in his medical records. Eric filed a medical board complaint and included that report, but the board closed his complaint down out of retaliation for holding them accountable at these meetings. Eric will continue with more horrific information on his call.
30 seconds, Ronan.
That's all.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here is Eric Andrus. Eric, you should be receiving that prompt on your end. Morning, Eric. It looks like your line's open.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Good morning. It's Eric Andrus. I apologize in advance for crying. I won't be naming any names due to a pending complaint. My partner of 39 years just died 17 days ago after a doctor negligence. Told that he was in good health with little to no changes in his health, we were shocked to find out in February that his condition had progressed to an advanced stage and he was in dire need of a lung transplant. Had he been diagnosed properly a year or more ago, it's very likely that he would have been put on a lung transplant list and be alive today. Now, I'm a very, very sad and lonely man, forced to face the rest of my life without my soulmate. We just got married this past October as he wanted to make sure that I was taken care of legally. Unfortunately, it appears we had to have been married at least 9 months for me to receive his Social Security, and we only made it to 6 months. December 6th would have been the 40th anniversary of the day we met. This year, I'll be spending it and the holidays alone because yet another bad doctor has needlessly taken a life. Most of you sit up there in judgment of us coming here and holding you accountable. Most of you sit up there and criticize us for trying to make this board better. Most of you sit up there, especially Christina Lawson, and scold us and call us liars when we say that the California Medical Association is controlling this board at the peril of the people of this state. A number of you have vocalized your disdain for us and tried to silence our words. These actions and those attitudes are killing patients in this state and allowing bad doctors to continue to practice. It gives good doctors a bad name. It's impossible for me to trust any doctor now because of all the medical loss in my own family. How many times can lightning strike? It appears there is no limit. Will it ever be possible for you to put your political careers aside and actually try to make this board better and truly protect the people of this state? It appears not. And all of you, save one, should be terribly, terribly ashamed. All I have left in my life are my patient safety efforts, and now I do this in my partner's honor, as Marion now does after losing her husband just 2.5 years ago. My partner gave up a lot so that we could afford for me to do this work. I promise that the more you try and shut us down and protect this board, the CMA, and bad doctors, the harder I will fight to expose those efforts. I have nothing more to lose. Your efforts to shut me down and discredit me don't harm me, but your efforts to protect yourselves and your political careers are hurting the people of this state. I promise that if TJ Watkins' position on this board is not renewed due to his heroic efforts at trying to protect us all, I think I can speak for all patient safety advocates that there will be a supportive uprising exposing your retaliations. You all can choose to protect bad doctors. At least let one of you be the voice of a truth that protects consumers' lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have a caller from the 951 area code. Give me just a second. And I'll request, again, anyone else that wanted to make a public comment and that was knocked out of the queue, if you could re-raise your hand. So the call-in user from the 951 area code, you should be receiving a prompt to press *6 on your line. There we go. Oh, looks like you went back on mute. Can you try it one more time? *6 to unmute. Okay, calling user, I'm not seeing your line unmute. Oh, there we go. Your line's open. So you only have to press *6 one time. Good morning,
Okay.
your line's open. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Sean. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Excellent, finally. Good morning. My name is Monty Goddard. My phone right now is telling me to unmute myself, press *6. Can
Just
you guys
ignore
hear
that,
me
Monty.
or not?
We can hear you clearly, yeah.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Monty Goddard. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment for items not on the agenda. I want to alert the board to the increased shortages of controlled substances being experienced by retail pharmacies as a result of the injunctive relief, which is part of the state attorney general's nationwide settlement with the three major drug distributors, McKesson, Cardinal Health, and AmerisourceBergen. This 54-page-long injunction, with its thresholds and red flags, has further throttled the supply chain and has left patients with legitimate prescriptions unable to receive controlled medications, not just opioids, all controlled medications, due to pharmacies being out of stock. I recognize this is not really in the medical board's wheelhouse, but I have heard board members repeatedly mention board members and/or staff will be reaching out to the pharmacy board as the medical board rolls out their updated opioid prescribing guidelines. I believe these pharmacy shortages should be a topic of these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Just double checking the queue here. I don't see any additional requests in queue, Dr. Hawkins.
And just added to it, without any narrative, whoever's interested could just read it. The reason why is once we put the narrative, it is open to whoever has interpreted that video. And that's not always correct. There certainly wasn't in the December minutes from our point of view. If it wasn't for the actual video record, then I would be disappointed, but I'm not. And I just think that it would streamline the staff's ability to do it. We would probably fulfill the statutory requirement. And I think, Kerry, I'm looking at you to give me direction whether we could do something like that.
I'm sorry, I don't fully understand what you're asking. You mean like no written summary?
Yeah. Just the headings and the video. So there would be the agenda. Next to each agenda item, it's time-stamped. And you can just go there because that's what I had to do in preparation of the video.
Right. I mean, the video sections are all linked to those agenda items.
Yes. But we can do away with the narrative, somebody else explaining what has happened in the medical board meeting. I think whoever is interested enough would want to see it for themselves, and they have such an opportunity.
Of course, we still have other portions of the meeting that would need to be memorialized.
just out of curiosity, are the videos kept in perpetuity, or do they expire? Because these minutes can last forever, whereas the links, if after 10 years there's not enough memory, the state deletes it, then this is the only thing we have, right? Or are the videos kept forever?
There's no plans to delete the videos at this point, but you know, that's one perspective, that there's no written summary at all. But that may not be the only perspective. For people wanting to do a quick review, it can be helpful to have a summary. And you're right, people can have different perspectives on the summary. That's why we provide the link to the video.
You see, I saw the legislative stuff go the most extensive in terms of discussion. So that moved more word by word what he said. It captures the legislative stuff. When it comes to the more subjective stuff, it is totally, you know, it doesn't really capture what even the patient says, what I'm saying, in the way that it was, you know, in the way that it was said. It is captured, although, on the video. And that's all that I'm pointing to. Another option would be you can also have the full transcript of the video just made available on the side. And then you capture the whole thing, because we do that with online courses. You know, I can send you the videos that I make and also the transcripts. So these are the options to, you know, streamline this process, because we are closer to doing that at this point in time. And this is just to be a little bit more fair to comments that are made, because we write those comments, and they have a tendency to slant into what the agenda is from the board's point of view always. And that's where I'm coming from, just to be a little bit more neutral. So, because the minutes are what they are. And when you do the video, you can't hide that. And we're already doing it.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Watkins. And so staff can have discussions along with the board about his recommendations for an approach. So do any members have any additions or corrections to the December 1st through 2nd, 2022 meeting minutes? February 8th through 9th meeting minutes. And finally, March 23rd, 2023 meeting minutes. We have a motion to approve. It's been seconded for those 3 minutes, meeting minutes. Any comments from public presence in the hearing room?
Dr. Hawkins, if I can make a quick comment, just generally, just to address Mr. Watkins and Dr. Tsai's comments, I think maybe we can make a more direct request to staff. If we can take a look at this and hear what our options are and what a possible recommendation is for the future. Because I understand TJ's point. I also see what Carrie was saying. There are different viewpoints for myself. It is helpful to have a quick summary, and I don't necessarily see it as an interpretation. I mean, some of it is just saying, you know, kind of the timeline of what was said. At the same time, what Dr. Tsai mentioned is, to me, is a valid point, because sure, over time, I don't know, there's probably record retention policy where things can be deleted. I mean, there's also requirements by statute of how long to keep things. So perhaps there is a compromise somewhere. And if you care enough to say something about it, I value that. And let's talk more about what some possible options could be. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments on WebEx regarding the minutes?
If anyone would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the hand raising feature or type something in the Q&A window and we'll get you called. Give everyone a couple minutes. First up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, you should be receiving that prompt. Like your line's open, Eric. Are you there?
Yeah. There is a good point about losing these videos, and I think it was Dr. Tsai who was asking about how long they would stay online. I just clicked on one of the links in the minutes, and it doesn't go to a storage space on the medical board website. It goes to a YouTube link. So if YouTube goes out of business or for some reason loses all of their videos, which probably isn't likely, but if something were to happen at YouTube, all these videos would be gone. It just doesn't seem like the right way to be archiving something that should last forever by storing it on an outside site like this. And the government is constantly shutting down things on their websites to save space and to save money. So even if you stored these on the medical board's website, that's no guarantee that these videos will be held. Look at all the documents, the medical board decisions and documents that over the years have been thrown out and tossed out and had to be, at one point, they all had to be revived by statute to even get them back. So this is not the best way to preserve these meeting videos, either on the medical board's website or on YouTube. There has to be a better way to preserve the minutes, regardless of whether there's a video version of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time I don't see any additional requests in queue, Dr. Hawkins.
Great. Thanks for everyone's comments. And this is our first stab at memorializing what was stated in the meeting by making a video link, audio link available. And so, like many things, there's always an opportunity to improve. Ms. Taylor, please call the roll.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmoud?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
And Dr. Hawkins?
Yes. Moving to agenda item number 4, Vice President's report. I'm going to briefly indicate that my activities have included being present at the board's sunset hearing before BMP committee, along with President Lawson and staff leadership in March of this year. I have regular meetings with board staff. I have regular meetings on the physician assistant board, being an appointed member to that board. I'm a member of multiple Food and Drug Administration advisory committee as a consumer representative. And I have multiple meetings with medical students and physicians in training about their special role as a physician in the practice of medicine in the state of California. Those are my comments. Any comments from the public regarding my report? Any comments on WebEx?
Yes, if anyone would like to make a comment, please use the hand-raising feature or the Q&A window to type a message that you'd like to make a public comment. Eric, I believe your hand was still up for last time, so I just lowered it. If you'd like to make a public comment, please raise it again. Give everyone a few seconds. Not seeing any requests at this time, Dr. Hawkins.
I'm sorry, were there any questions or comments from the members about my brief report? Okay. Item 5, board member communications with interested parties. Do any members have any communications to report regarding items coming up for decisions during this meeting? Dr. Thorpe, followed by Mr. Watkins.
Yeah, I've had several conversations with subject matter experts regarding the opioid prescribing guidelines, specifically Dr. Sean Mackey and Dr. Lee Snook regarding additional input into the prescribing guidelines.
Mr. Watkins?
I spoke to Senator Roth, Sarah Mason, I forgot what the other woman's name is, I also spoke to Eric Andres to share my condolences because he lost someone very dear to him. And I spoke to Marian Hollingsworth, and those are of note.
Thank you very much. Other members? No. Any comments from public present in the hearing room? WebEx?
Anyone wish to make a public comment on this agenda item, please? You raise your hand or type something in the Q&A window and we'll get you called upon. Not seeing any requests at this time.
Thank you very much. Moving to agenda item 6, Executive Management Report. Mr. Varghese.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Good morning, members. My report is in your notebook and also posted online under tab 6, A, B, and C. I will start off with the administrative update. The board staff had regular contacts with the board leadership. We also met with the Attorney General's office several times, HQIU, and other organizations as listed on the report. Moving on to staffing update. We still currently at double digits. Actually, it was about 20% last time. Now it's down to 17.3, but this kind of fluctuates back and forth. So we still do have a big vacancy rate to deal with. The HR staff is working with the program managers in recruitment efforts. We are also seeking to hire retired annuitants to assist with the task to cut down on the backlog. This is an effort, ongoing effort. Moving on to budget update, this report in the notebook is as of financial month 9, that is end of March. The board actually had to take a $10 million loan from another DCA fund in 21-22, and as of this report date, with that help of that loan, the board's funds are projected to be at 1.6 months reserve by end of this fiscal year, which is June 30th coming up. And these loans must, and another loan will have to be secured but before the end of the year to keep the funds floating going into the next fiscal year. And these loans must be repaid with interest in 2023-24 and 2024-25 timeframe, which is this is a 2-year loan term. Unless an additional fee increase, as proposed in our sunset bill, is not placed by this year, MBC fund balance will result in a negative 2.4 months in reserve by the end of 24-25. Therefore, it is very important that we discuss that matter when it comes to discussing the Senate Bill 815 this afternoon. We'll go into a little bit more details with the fund condition during that discussion. Moving on to media relation and external communication update. The department was very active in messaging on Twitter, Facebook accounts, and also the first quarter edition of the Medical Board's California newsletter was published, and that was April 11th of 2023. This newsletter did contain many useful articles for PTL and also folks who are going from PTL to full physician and surgeon. That's a transition license. And also there was an article about a complaint is filed against you, what happens, and legislative updates regarding e-prescribing requirements, and an article on the importance of consumer voice to the board at the board meeting. That was in the consumer corner of the newsletter. There were several email communication with licensees on various different topics, and on March 29th of 2023, the licensing program hosted a live webinar. And I will go into little details about the tenets of that webinar when I give you the licensing summary. And during March 5 to 11, 2023, the board posted several pieces of content on its social media sites in recognition of National Consumer Protection Week. At this point, as of this report date, a majority of our staff are still teleworking, and you see those percentages of teleworking staff in the report there. Moving on to information system branch update. Physician survey redesign, and the May update is that over 57,360 licensees have completed this survey, and this survey is to collect additional workforce data of the healing arts professionals that we license as required by the legislation there, AB 133. Complaint tracking system, the update as of May is that the first interested parties meeting for complaint tracking system was held on March 6, 2023. And during this meeting time, actually, we allowed 2.5 hours of hearing time for all interested parties. And Dr. Balat and Ms. Lubiano chaired that meeting, and there was a very lively discussion. And a second meeting will be held on Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. And reminders will be posted on the website and will also be emailed out to the subscribers who have subscribed to get alerts from our website. Print yourself wallet card. The update on that as of May is that over 70,000 wallet cards have been generated and distributed, and that actually a lot of money saved not having to print the plastic wallet cards and mail them out. The docs update, more than 53,000 documents have been uploaded for about 15,764 applicants through that portal, which also saved a lot of tasks not having to open the mail, scan, and distribute and process paper. Online complaint form redesign is still delayed status, but there are some updates that the DCA, the Portfolio Governance Council, requested the DCA Breeze team to perform a formal investigative analysis, and board staff anticipate the result of that IA investigative analysis at the May-June 2023 PGC meeting. Now, moving on to the enforcement report on BRD 6B1, that section B, page 1. The program update from the enforcement team is that we met with the DCA staff to work on enforcement action planning as part of MBC strategic plan. And the team actually came out with some really good ideas to track the strategic goals. And Ms. Lubiano is meeting with the expert reviewer team monthly, providing assistance as we seek to improve the training and respond to the needs of the program improvement. Also happy to report that HQIU has reduced their pending investigative cases from 2,340 in January to 1,273 as of April of this year. We also meet with HQIU staff on a weekly basis to address aging cases and other matters as identified. Also, the enforcement team constantly look at the shared service contracts and to review to see periodically make sure the costs are accurately charged and accounted for. And on a positive note, we are seeing an increase in approximately $60,000 per month in billing to allied health boards, and that is also part of accurately accounting for the shared service contract. And happy to report that as of March 2023, we are on track to realize an additional $700,000 this fiscal year from the allied health boards for our services that we perform for them. Expert review program, currently we have 726 active experts, and additional experts are being recruited, and the expert program staff sends out recruitment letters constantly and also email blast and sent to licensees, and they are in a very active mode to recruit more experts through, but of course we are still lacking experts in specialty areas. We do have a lot of family physicians that are signed up, but we do need more experts in the specialty area. And whenever staff has time to go talk to either hospital system or other organizations, it is a constant reminder to the physician community that we do need experts to come forward to help with our expert program. Central Complaint Unit update, the average number of days to initiate a complaint is now down to 4 days as of the second quarter of FY 22-23. And we are very happy about this timeline. And average days to complete the processing of complaint in CCU is 112 days. And moving on to the disciplinary DCU, here we have an issue with a lot of vacancies in the DCU at this moment, at the report time. We had 5 vacancies in DCU. And one good thing is that all 4 AGPAs that are vacant, those are advertised and interviews are being conducted for 3 positions. And hopefully we'll fill all those vacancies soon. This is a very important division within the enforcement unit. Probation unit, there's 1 vacancy in Fresno and 1 in Tustin. And during this quarter, the report quarter, 10 petitions to revoke probation and 2 acquisitions petitions to revoke probation have been transmitted to the Attorney General's office. 8 petitions to revoke probation have been filed. Complaint Investigation Office, the average, there are 121 cases in CIO, and that kind of breaks down to about 34 cases per investigator. Since last enforcement summary, CIO has closed 36 cases and transmitted 17 cases to Attorney General's office. And the graphs following this narrative would give you a picture perspective of what I just went through. So I just want to move on to the report on page BRD 6B20. This is a report filed by the Attorney General's office. Original plan staff was working with the AG's office to have the Attorney General's office come and present this report to the board. However, last minute, their budget staff, who was supposed to be coming, reporting this to you, had to be pulled off for some budget related work. It all conflicted with the same time, so they are not able to be here to give this report to you. However, we are working with them to see if we can bring the budget staff of AGO to give you a full picture of this fiscal year at the August meeting is what we are working on. However, analyzing this report, these are my viewpoints here. If you have any questions, I would be happy to take it back to the AG's office and get answers to all of you at a later time. It is a good report to see how they are projecting how the board's commitment to the AG's office would be at the end of the year. Our budget for this fiscal year was $16.9 million. For the Attorney General's office, and they are projected to end the year with $14.8 million, resulting in a savings of a little over $2 million in AG cost. Now, the actual, whenever I look at these numbers, because any one set of numbers or statistics will not speak for itself in volume as alone, standalone, so you have to compare that with other periods. So when I look at the previous periods, like 2021, our total cost was $18.4 million, 2022 was $17.7, 22-23 was $16.9 minus 2.1, and we result in $14.8. And so there are some reductions in the cost associated with the Attorney General's expense. Moving on to their FAQ document that is on BRD B22 and forward. It gives a lot of information about how Attorney General's fees are calculated, what the history of fee increases are, and there's a little table in Section 5 that talks about history from year FY 2000 to 2019, and this shows that there are analysis made, fiscal analysis conducted at the AG's office every year or every 3 years. However, since 2009 up until 2019, for about 10-year period, there were no adjustment made, and so therefore the 2019, that is the last fee increase from the AG's office. It's a little steep as compared to the previous increases. So this yearly assessment is a very interesting track record to see that I hope that we can do the same thing here at the medical board. Moving on to the licensing reports. Licensing program is still experiencing high volume of applications, and currently we are still at about 80 days or so in average days to review of physician surgeon license applications. For the third quarter of fiscal year, there were 3,608 initial license applications that were filed. And for some reason, we were hoping that there would be a decline in the second quarter of this fiscal year after the initial rush of the transition applications goes through, but that wasn't the case. We're still seeing a very high volume of applications that is coming, and with the 17 to 20% vacancy rate, it's not helping either to tackle these applications on a timely manner. However, all the efforts are made to get some temporary help through retired annuitants and others that we can get help to prepare these applications on the front end so the analyst can focus on reviewing these applications and passing on to the audit section. So effective May, some of the happy things to report to the board is that effective May 31, 2023, the board will no longer accept and process paper applications for physician and surgeon license. On May 19, 2023, the board will remove the physician surgeon license applications from the board's website, and as of June, this next month, the board will have successfully transitioned all PTL and physician surgeon license applications for online submission only. And the next step is to require the schools and the postgraduate training programs to use the docs portal exclusively when they're transmitting documents to the board. Effective February 17th of this year, CIU phone hours have been changed from 8 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. and 1 p.m. to 4:45 p.m. This really allows the staff to focus on their task and taking proper lunch breaks, and this hasn't created any type of disadvantage or complaints. We haven't received any complaints from the callers, and this also allows that the phones are covered during the rush time. So this arrangement is really working out in our consumer information unit. There are a lot of outreach are going through taking place at the board. On March 29 of 2023, the board hosted a live webinar and provided an overview of the licensing requirements for PTL and physician surgeon license. This was an opportunity for us to present the requirements of these licenses and what the applicants must know. And happy to report that there was 622 registered to attend the webinar, but however, only there was 261 live participants online. And that didn't mean that there were others probably in the room, more than one person probably in the room watching the same webinar. So, but there were 622 actual registrants for that webinar. And these webinars are posted on the website if anyone wants to review that later point. So that actually concludes my report for administrative report, and entertain any question from the board members.
Thank you very much. Extensive report. Are there questions or comments from the members regarding Mr. Varghese' Executive Management Report?
I have a few questions.
Sorry, Ms. Lubiana, Dr. Mahmood, and Dr. Hauser.
Thank you. A few questions on my end. One was for the vacancy percentage. I saw there's 31 open positions. Is that pretty typical, 17%?
It is very much same with other DCA boards that I hear from. There's a high vacancy rate, and mainly it's because a lot of people are only looking for telework full time, and or more telework opportunities, and so hopefully that'll change. But and also, I mean, we are hiring and filling positions, but we are trying to retain employees within the board, so more opportunities are provided for step up within the organization, but that doesn't really fill or you know, the vacancies that are open. We still have to hire from outside. So.
Got it. No, thank you for that. You know, I was just thinking with that many vacancies, of course, the more bodies we get in, the more help we have and the more things we can do, right? And I was having a conversation with someone from DCA, and I think overall, you know, kind of one of the wish list things that we have is to be able to do outreach, you know, whether it's in colleges or high schools, whatever, you know, to get folks interested in working for the state. So I would encourage us to look, you know,
right.
to make that effort.
We are doing that.
To do that.
We have our HR staff attending job fairs, and they're also going to community centers and some of the churches nearby here. You know, they're focusing on all that, and we are also talking about even including some technology help with putting some taglines at the bottom of our email signature that, you know, apply with us and things like this. So there's some ideas being tossed around, and so
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. And another comment on the enforcement side, I wanted to make sure that I recognize that there is a downward trend in pending cases and time of processing. And so just wanted to ask if you had general comments on how we're being more successful there in getting those numbers down.
Well, I wish we can take credit for that, but we really can't because, we don't control complaints filed by us. It's that's the way it is. I mean, now, Mr. Rood did ask the question, are there any analysis made to figure out why the complaints numbers are down? The staff is still looking into that. There are some ideas being tossed around why it is, but nothing, and we cannot just put our fingers on it. But
thank you.
Dr. Mahmood?
I have two concerns. I have two concerns. Number one is we took a loan for $10 million, and we have to return that in 23, 24. Do we have any solid plan? I don't see really any ways and means to return that loan, and we might be asking for more loan next year, like this year and maybe next year. We really need to have a solid plan on that before our board goes completely bankrupt. I'll let you comment on that first, and I'll go to the next one.
Okay, so yeah, I agree with you, and that is the reason we are projected to take another $8 million loan. Originally, in the fund condition report that is included in this report says $12 million, but the recent analysis, we think that we can we meaning the DCA budget and the agency agrees with them that if we can get another $8 million, we can keep our fund condition floating. But I agree with you, unless we get a fee increase secured for the full amount that we requested, we will be in this borrowing pattern for a long time, and I don't know when that will end.
But I personally think that even just a fee increase is not going to cover that, not even half of that. I think not even a quarter of that, the way we are spending in year coming in here. That is not the only solution. That is the one very big help. We got to find out more innovative ways before we keep on going into deep shit. So we really need to have something. Maybe we need to have a separate meeting on that. Maybe we need to have a discussion on that. But we all sitting over here are responsible for that, to really make sure the board is in a good shape, because if board doesn't have the resources and we don't have a healthy economics in board, we really cannot help people. On my next comment is about our expert reviewers. I see this time and again and again and again in last 4 years. Not a one single time I've come across that our expert reviewer has beaten the respondents one. And we are in really deep problem on that. And many times it has been told that our expert reviewer was weak. That's why other person won the case. That is another thing, that if we're going to increase, we need to get more quality, we need to pay them more. And we need to have more aggressive hiring on that part. And you cannot have more aggressive hiring just going and talking to people, because you need to get quality people who will leave their work, who will sacrifice this thing, and they will have to be paid. So we need to find some better way that we can represent our people better. We can fight their case so that every single time when case goes to an argument, many times case doesn't go to an argument because we know we're going to lose it. So we need to represent people in a much better and up-to-date way, where we can really say that our chance of winning the case when it goes to hearing is at least 50-50, not like 90-10. So anything on this thing?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that is a continuous effort by the expert reviewer program when we are reviewing the contracts and trying to recruit more. We are very cognizant of that, and as Ms. Lubiana would testify, that the expert training program, that is something that's been thought. It's an all-day program, and I attended that program, and very well crafted and very well presented, and but we're still in this jam, and I think we need to have more discussion on how we can improve that with the program. So it is of the concern, and I agree with you. Thank you.
Dr. Hauser?
Thank you.
regarding the backlog of new license applications, it was my understanding this was due to a change in the law, our last sunset bill, that led to a bolus of new applications that was felt to be just a one-time issue. Yet you mentioned that we haven't seen a decrease in new applications more recently. Have we done any analysis to determine why that is? And if it's the new normal, how will we cope with that going forward?
I will look to Marina to chime in on that. She's the Chief of Licensing.
It's okay right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, thank you. Yes, we were, that initial surge in the beginning of 2022, that was much higher than we'd ever seen before because of the law change, and we expected to see it come down this year. You know, now that it's been a whole year since that law change, and it did not. It was declining after probably mid-2022 as we would have expected it to decline. And then this third quarter we just went through, January through March, it was back where it was the same time last year. And so no, I don't know why. The only thing I can think of at this time, without diving deeper yet, is there's some folks that are still, those that were issued PTLs before the law change. They were issued PTLs for a longer period of time, for up to 39 months. So we haven't seen all those people yet transition to the physician surgeon's license. That's what I think we're seeing, is that we have a lot of those folks who are keeping their PTL maybe towards the end, towards 36 months, 39, and they're just now coming up to those PTL expiration dates. And so it might be until those folks transition to physician surgeons that we see it start to normalize. Since we were issuing PTLs, now we're issuing them only 15 to 27 months. So it might just be those folks still transitioning to physician surgeons, but we definitely, you know, can look deeper to see if there's anything else we can figure out why it's occurring. I don't want to say because I haven't looked close enough, but it is possible we're seeing more out-of-state applicants as well. So I'm not sure what that would be a response to off the top of my head, other than obviously we have high demand, but that could be the case as well, because we are seeing much higher physician surgeon license applications than we would have normally expected this time of year, with the law change being last year. So.
Thank you.
Welcome. Just out of curiosity, in terms of vacancy rate, you mentioned 17.3. Do you know the rate of turnover? Is there a high turnover, a low turnover? Is that an issue, or people are generally happy when they enter the board?
Unfortunately, yes. There is a high turnover, and we do have process instituted where we'll have an exit interview that has been conducted, and the majority of the exit interview comments that I've read indicate that they are really looking for a job that will allow them to do more telework, and or in some cases they do have needs for the family, but you know, yes, there may be one or two that are not satisfied with the job and the heavy workload, and that they have to, because we are doing more with less folks, so that too. But majority of them are telework issues. And thank you.
Dr. Blatt.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask, following up on this vacancy, can you give us an idea, maybe not today, but when we look proportionally to the number of nurses and the number of pharmacists and the number of physicians, what may be contributing to the Board of Pharmacy, the BRN, and the medical board having differential, perhaps, retention vacancies, as well as the way in which they are perhaps, and I don't know the answer, to fund themselves? That's my first question to you. And my second one has to do with the expert reviewer. I can raise my hand and say happily I did get on a witness stand and I was able to be successful, but it's very hard. And one of the things that I might, as I think back on doing that work, the training is one thing, but having access to conversation with the with an attorney would make a big, or because when you work with an investigator, that's a very different situation than asking about simple departure, extreme departure, how can I say this? And it's a matter, what I've always talked about is it's the translation of understanding what is medical and translating that into what is legal language. And I don't think that most physicians, I can speak for myself, I'm not a lawyer. I have a hard time with the legalese at times. And so I think that that's something to look at, access to someone that can answer those questions in real time.
So,
I wanted to address Dr. Bullock's comment briefly with respect to the expert reviewer program. So I've been working closely with the team over the past year, and I have to say it's been a pleasure. We have a small but mighty team, and as I had mentioned in a previous board meeting, there is a bandwidth issue because there's only about, I think, 4 or 5 people, and the expert reviewer part is, one part of their job. And so one thing I've been encouraging the team to do, and we've been doing, is we've created a roadmap of the things with respect to the expert reviewer program that we would like to improve and change. And so we're working down that list with the small team that we have. And as I mentioned to them, progress, not perfection, right? And so we've been making progress with every meeting, and so we're taking that up.
Great. Thanks for that early update. I was going to ask you a question about that. I also want to thank Dr. Bullock and Ms. Libiano for their leadership in the complaint tracking committee. So I wonder a couple things. Any early updates, and do we have consumer involvement input on that, please?
So, Dr. Hawkins, you're asking my perception of what we had. Yeah, I thought it was really excellent. The conversations were robust. It was a pleasure hearing from our healthcare consumer advocates. I'm an advocate for health as well, so I hear you. I respect what you say, and I take it to heart. And I thought that it was a respectful, civil discourse that occurred, and I really appreciated the ability to speak with and hear the advocates.
Yes, and just to echo Dr. Bullock's comments, we had several advocates on the phone that gave some great suggestions on helpful features, and so we're taking all of that in, and we still have one more meeting next month, as mentioned, and so encourage folks to come and also provide more input. But definitely, Dr. Bullock and I will be there.
Great. And thank you very much for your leadership in that area. So if there are no more comments from the board, any comments for the public in the hearing room regarding the, I'm sorry, I missed you. Please, Mr. Watkins.
My question is to the money. I want to echo what Dr. Mahmood said, and one of the most difficult things to talk about is the money. But the money that is not available in the board right now is putting not just the board, but all the consumers at risk, because we cannot do anything without the money. We are 10 million in the hole right now, and it's due in the 23-24 period. We cannot overcome that 10 million unless we ask the governor to forgive it or do something. And there's my question to Mr. Vargas is, what would it take? Because I know it's not going to take 1350 over every 2 years to actually put this board in a healthy space. Because when I did the calculation, and I'm sure you've played with the numbers, because I was doing an analysis where I was trying to figure out what would be the least amount. And I came to like close to 2,000, like 1,900 in that space, just for the board to meet its obligation. Because the problem was back when, around the time we hired the previous director, that was the issue. Mr. Vargas was had that interview, and he actually spoke to it. And what we said at that time, that was the minimum we could ask for at that time, bar something ridiculous happened. Something ridiculous did happen with COVID-19, and it puts us in the situation. And I just think that it would be prudent to have a meeting where we face our fears and really go robust on financial discussion. And if anything, just for that conversation to happen, to create the pressure at the legislature so that we can secure that we're getting more than $50 this time. So that's my comment.
So, Mr. Watkins, I ask you, so we've met with the legislators, particularly in Business P Committee. Are you recommending something else very specific?
Well, you see, when I introduced, and I don't want to divert too much on this, when I introduced the 14-point plan, my suggestion was, let's keep it at the $856 a year, not every 2 years, because that will bring us closer to meeting the obligation. And I'm curious to hear Mr. Vargas' opinion, because he also does the numbers. But that won't even solve it, but it would bring us real close. Now, whether we have that other 856 subsidized by the government, however it works, the point that I'm trying to make is, no matter if we land under 1,000, under 1,350, at 1,350, we're still going to be so deep in the hole if our obligation of the 10 million and perhaps another 8 million is on the table. And, you know, financial discussions as a general topic is difficult to talk about in relationships, and this is the biggest relationship we have among us and then the public. And then those things get kind of distorted because we're doing everything we can for the money, but it can be perceived, oh, you should do enough, you should do that. I think we should tick every box. An extra meeting takes an hour. Mr. Vargas comes out with a game plan that he played with the numbers and give us some insight, because around money you can never have too little insight. And I'm just really concerned about that fund, because there's ideas in the sunset review that I agree with, but it costs money.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vargas?
I agree. We do a lot of number crunching too back at the office, and we do have a lot of scenarios that we've been playing with. Of course, right now, it is active discussion with the DCA agency and the Senator Roth's office has been taking place. So we have made our ask for 1,350. That's what's in the print, and we do feel like that is a good ask. And of course, you know, that all our projections with the growth projected out both in revenue and also in expenditure growth going forward. We feel like that will give us a good cushion to go forward, including paying the loans back. That's what the calculations today shows. Now, of course, you know, whenever you're projecting out your expenses and revenue, you really base it on some kind of trend line from the past. But we have such a terrible trend line base to start with, because last 3 years cannot be formed as a good base, because during COVID, there was a lot of cost-cutting measures. We didn't meet in person. We met, you know, remotely. We saved a bunch of money. So the expenses were low last 3 years plus. At the same time, even before I started with this board, there was a program called PLP program where this whole state was facing budget issues. So every state employee had to cut 2 days of pay in exchange for 2 days of leave. So you cannot really look at the last so many years of payroll savings to project out what the future is. Now, we still have to fill more of these vacancies. So we have to consider a lot of these growth factors going forward. Now, we just started the cost recovery aspect, and cost recovery, and it is realizing some money that we anticipated. However, we cannot really base that as a steady income. that is more in my term as cost avoidance than cost realization, so that that is not an income. We can get the cases settled faster. So there's a lot of these factors out there. Again, I really appreciate the board, showing some interest in having a special meeting just to talk about our finances. We could agentize that matter, and at that point, several scenarios can be presented for the board. But at the current moment, the ask is, there's an expectation from everyone out there that this vehicle should go, far. But for us to go far enough, we really need to get our gas tank full, right? That's what we're asking. So fill this gas tank up so we can go the distance you want us to go. And that's the money we are talking about. Now, again, there are bumps in the road where we have to travel. There are potholes in the road. Those are the other legislative asks that we're asking. I mean, money alone in our sunset review cannot get us there. We have to get some of our legislative proposals out there to be allowed, like whether it is evidence is standard of proof, or trying to get the records in time. We spend a lot of wasted money in trying to get the records, trying to get the pharmacy records, or trying to subpoena enforcement. We have to go to the court system. All these legal costs that are adding up. So when you look through the entire sunset report, even though there is no numbers next to each one of them, there are cost savings there that will come and help us. So I think everyone in this room, on this board, we all need to, pitch forward to get our sunset package approved the way we presented it, or the board actually adopted it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members?
Dr. Hawkins, I think we all feel the same tension regarding the financial burden and the financial discrepancies between, especially now that we're having to take these loans out with interest and having to pay them back in a relatively short period of time. So I would certainly, if we don't get this legislative fee increase, I'd be happy to spend the time on a special board meeting anyway, but certainly if we don't get the legislative fee increase, we definitely need to have some other, we've got to figure out strategically what are we going to do, or what options do we have available anyway to be able to survive as an entity, because I don't know how we will actually be able to fiscally survive this if we aren't able to get the fee increase.
Mr. Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to acknowledge, I really liked your ideas, Reggie, especially the cost savings part. And I really want to thank the chair and a lot of the board members who did advocate with the legislature. This is going to be a really tough year. There's a projection of a negative $32 billion in the hole, right, for the entire state budget. So I think we should push as hard as possible, and I think we have been. But we want to be, and that's why the cost savings part is so important. We've always operated in a deficit, which is not a good thing, but we're not the only ones. I think this is probably pervasive throughout a lot of other commissions as well, and I'm sure everybody could use a lot more money. So I think we have to think creatively, internally, to see how we could have some savings in the off chance that we don't get everything that we want in our package. I liked your ideas, Reggie, because the only ideas I have is actually trying to spend more money, like for the expert witness. And I know that was a contention that we really honed in on during our planning sessions. And I do want to mention that we do have great expert witnesses as well. I know there's a lot of cases where our expert witnesses win. It's just that we tend to focus on the ones where we lose. So, because those are the ones that we remember all the time. But I do want to acknowledge all of our expert witnesses and thank them for their service, because, yeah, they're probably getting paid a fraction of what the opposing counsel is paying their expert witnesses. So I would love to, even if we doubled probably their payment, it's still below par. But, everything that we could do to make that more robust, I'm very appreciative of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I'm going to go to the folks in the room. Comments or questions for persons in the room? Seeing none. WebEx?
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand or use the Q&A window to type in there you'd like to make a public comment. First up here, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, you should be receiving that prompt.
Okay, can you hear me?
We got you. Yeah, please
Okay,
go ahead.
great, thank you. Hello, this is Marion Hollingsworth, Patient Safety Advocate. I would like to call attention to 6B under your enforcement report regarding the number of years it now takes to complete a doctor investigation. Mr. Varghese mentioned the days in CCU as being like 112 actually, but not the total time to investigate a case. The actual time this year, according to your board statistics, has increased to an average of 3.68 years and a median of 3.88 years. You're fast approaching 4 years, during which time some dangerous doctors are often allowed to remain in practice, even those charged with a crime involving patient harm. Since you claim to have fewer complaints, it would make sense to have this investigation process take less time, but this is not the case. Could you please explain why it takes this long to process the average complaint? Even egregious cases, one you claim get immediate attention, are now taking close to 4 years or more. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any additional requests.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item 7, update from external stakeholders. Update from the Department of Consumer Affairs, Mr. Rantes appearing for Ms. Gear. Welcome.
So, is this all right?
We hear you.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvonne Durantes. I am the Assistant Deputy Director with Board and Bureau Relations here at the Department of Consumer Affairs. And so I'm happy to be here and happy to have the opportunity to update you today. I'd like to start by congratulating President Lawson, Dr. Hawkins, and board leadership on a successful sunset hearing this year in March, as well as congratulating President Lawson, Dr. Bola, Dr. Tsai, and Ms. Johns, their confirmation by the Senate last month. So all members received unanimous votes on the Senate floor, and this officially confirms their appointments by the governor to the medical board. So congratulations, and thank you for all of your work. Moving on, since 2017, the state of California has participated in Public Service Recognition Week to express appreciation for civil servants and their essential work. DCA celebrated May 7th through the 13th with a department-wide appreciation message to staff, social media highlighting staff testimonials, and ended the week with a video highlighting employee service. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you all for your dedicated work on this, and thank board staff for your hard work every day as well. We are all very grateful for all of your service. As touched on before, we do have a new revised budget plan, and so the balanced revised budget plan was released on May 12th, on which Governor Newsom unveiled the May revision and shared that while the state's projected budget deficit is more than thought in January, he is holding the line when it comes to critical investments in the things Californians care about most, which includes housing, homelessness, education, healthcare, public safety, and climate action. And so his budget protects those core investments while closing a $32 billion shortfall and maintaining financial reserves. And so, as the governor said, preserving these investments is foundational and speaks to our values as Californians. And so the administration continues to closely monitor the state's overall fiscal environment and will be working with the legislature to craft a final budget next month in June. Moving on to our diversity, equity, and inclusion update. Established last fall, the department's DEI steering committee is comprised of 12 executive leaders from board board bureaus and the department, and has been working on many items, including the strategic planning process, training, and development of informational DEI fact sheet, which was distributed to board leadership. And so the strategic planning process has been updated to embed DEI into the process, which includes a survey, a DEI section in the environmental scan, video messages, and a brief training video. And so in addition to this, last month, all of DCA's solid trainers also completed a 50-hour diversity, equity, and inclusion training certification program through the University of Massachusetts. On April 28th of this year, Director Kirkmeyer issued a memo on DCA's commitment to employees to increase the availability of DEI courses through DCA's solid training unit. And so a DEI section has been added to the homepage of the learning management system, and employees can access and register for these 3 courses available beginning June 23rd. And so over the next coming months, additional courses and educational information will also be available. And last week, on May 12th, the DEI Steering Committee held its quarterly meeting in person and elected a chairperson, Yafana Lamar, of the Contractor State License Board, and vice chairperson, Paul Sanchez, of the Speech, Language Pathology, and Audiology Board. And so the committee also discussed training, strategic planning, and DEI activities through the end of the calendar year. And so the DEI committee will continue to work, and I look forward to updating you on additional progress in the upcoming months. Moving on to required board member training reminder. There are 2 DCA-wide mandatory trainings for the year of 2023. And this includes sexual harassment prevention training and information security awareness. And so all DCA employees and appointees, including board members and advisory council members, will need to complete the sexual harassment prevention training this year. And board members must take the 1-hour non-supervisory training as well. This training is required every odd-numbered year and is online. It's self-paced, and it's approximately 2 hours long. And so board members with an assigned DCA email are required to complete the Information Security Awareness Fundamentals training. This training addresses everyone's role in protecting DCA data and information. And the training is online, and it is required every single year. Both the sexual harassment prevention training and information security awareness trainings are available at the department's learning management system, which a lot of you may know as LMS. And so if any of you have any issues with logging in, have forgotten your user ID or forgotten your password and need it reset, I'm the person to contact, so feel free to email me at yvonne.dorantes@dca.ca.gov. Or contact Reggie, and he can contact me as well, and I can go ahead and reset your LMS account so that you're able to complete those trainings. And so for additional information, a mandatory trainings page has also been created to help all of you identify and access specific trainings. And so this page includes all of the direct links to these mandatory trainings that I just covered. And it includes other pertinent information and policies specific to these training courses. And so you can find this page at dca.ca.gov and click on the DCA Board Member Resources Center. And so this page is located under the Required Board Member Training tab. And so again, if you do have any issues or are unable to locate it, feel free to reach out to me. Next, I would like to just do a brief update on travel expense claims. And so we are approaching the end of fiscal year, and so it is rapidly coming to an end. And so we ask that you please submit your travel expense claims, also known as TECs, as soon as possible, but no later than 5 p.m. on Wednesday, June 8th. And so claims submitted after this date can still be processed. However, they will not be paid until July of 2023. So again, any questions on travel expense claims, please feel free to reach out to me or to the Deputy Director, Melissa Gear, and we are happy to assist you. Moving on to the board member orientation training. The next one is on June 20th, and so board members must complete BMA within 1 year of their appointment or reappointment. And so on June 20th, BMA will be offered in person in Sacramento, and it'll also be offered again on October 10th, later this year. The location and logistics are still to be determined for the October date, but we will definitely keep you posted. And so currently, if you are close to being out of compliance or have been appointed or reappointed in the past year, you should have received an email from Member Relations letting you know that you are invited to complete the BMA training that is being offered in June. And so, again, if you did receive that email, that means that you do need to complete it sometime before the end of this year. So please feel free to reach out with any questions you may have. And again, if you are not able to attend the June 20th, there is another training happening this year, October 10th. The next one will likely not be until March, somewhere around March of 2024. Moving on to virtual meetings and Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. As many of you may be aware, we did have legislation passed last year amending provisions of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to extend the ability of state bodies such as the Medical Board to be able to conduct public meetings virtually until July 1st of 2023. However, absent of passing of new legislation to extend these provisions, DCA's boards and bureaus will not be allowed to conduct meetings virtually after July 1st of 2023. And so DCA is aware of legislation that was recently introduced called SB 544 by Senator Laird, which removes certain teleconference requirements from the Open Meeting Act. However, there is not an urgency clause, so it would not take effect until next year. The bill was recently amended to do the following. Number one, require members of a state body participating remote to disclose whether any individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at the remote location and the general nature of the members' relationship with those individuals. And number two, require state bodies to end or adjourn a meeting upon discovering that a means of remote participation required by the bill has failed and cannot be restored. And so again, the date that the bill would take effect, if passed, would be January 1st. And so boards and bureaus should be prepared to conduct public meetings in person beginning July 1st. And so lastly, the federal portability law update. And so on January 5th of 2023, a new federal law took effect that enables service members and their spouses who hold professional licenses in a different state to practice in California within the same professional discipline and at a similar scope of practice, if they are required to relocate to California due to military orders. And so since becoming aware of the new law, DCA has been collaborating with agency on how to best implement it, and DCA will continue to share information as it becomes available. In the meantime, should your board receive an inquiry from a service member or their spouse, please feel free to reach out to DCA Legal Affairs. And finally, DCA submitted its 2021 to 2022 annual report to the legislature and report, which is now available on the DCA website as well. And so this annual report includes a new design and additional reporting metrics, such as the military licensing data now required for all DCA boards and bureaus. And so we hope that you'll take the time to review this report, as it includes a lot of hard work across the boards and bureaus. And so with that, thank you all. Any questions?
Thank you for those updates. Any comments or questions for Mr. Rantes from members?
I'll just make one. Thank you very much. I now have a face and a name, and you were incredibly helpful, and thanks for everything you do to help, board members.
I'm happy to help. Thank you.
Additional? Okay. Any comments from those in the room? On WebEx?
If anyone would like to make a public comment, please use the hand-raising feature or type something in the Q&A box, and we'll get you called upon. A few seconds here. Not seeing any requests, Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you. We plan to offer a bio break after our next update. This is an update from Health Quality Investigators Unit, HQIU, Ms. Nichols, and we'll have a bio break after that. Welcome.
Good morning. I am Chief Kathleen Nichols with the Division of Investigation, and it is my pleasure to provide the board an update on the Health Quality Investigation Unit, also known as HQIU. I am excited to introduce Stephanie Whitley, the new Deputy Chief for HQIU. Stephanie's promotion became effective May 15, 2023. Stephanie began her career with the Department of Consumer Affairs in 2001, where she worked for the Medical Board of California as an investigator. Stephanie transferred to the Division of Investigations, Investigation and Enforcement Unit in 2006 and promoted to Supervising Investigator 1 in 2010. She led DFI's Enforcement Support Unit before becoming the Southern Area Commander in IU. Stephanie has extensive experience in investigations and identifying and implementing efficiencies in enforcement processes and procedures. She is a great addition to the HQIU team as we focus on the quality and timeliness of our investigations. As of May 2023, HQIU has 19 investigator vacancies, which is a 23% investigator vacancy rate. However, it is a decrease since my last update to the board in February. We currently have 19 candidates in background, 5 of which are in the final psychological and medical portion, and hope to have final clearances soon. We are seeing an increase in applicants after the December 2022 change in the minimum qualifications to allow any degree versus a criminal justice degree. And we are screening new applications for each office on a repetitive 30-day cycle, so we can quickly fill the remaining vacancies. In the past 5 months, I have visited 12 out of the 13 HQIU offices and will be traveling to Fresno next month to complete all office visits. It was important to me to speak directly with investigators about their work experience and our goals for case aging and quality. The investigators are looking forward to having our remaining vacancies filled to reduce timeframes to achieve consumer protection faster while also reducing investigator caseloads. In April 2023, HQIU medical consultants participated in a whole-day meeting and training, which covered items on case reviews, subject interviews, good cause statements, reviewing cures data, and overall case management. The training was very well received, and we will be having biannual statewide meetings and training for the medical consultants moving forward to continue sharing best practices and allowing our medical consultants to collaborate on new ideas and efficiencies. I've continued to meet with the board's enforcement monitor to share requested information and discuss relevant enforcement issues. We continue to make progress on our pending workload and cases over a year old, as evidenced in our updated graph in Board Item 7B. As of March 2023, there are 531 cases over 1 year old, which is down 132 cases, a 20% reduction compared to last year. We continue to hold regular meetings with board staff, in addition to sending an automated monthly report with case status updates. And we look forward to our continued meetings with board staff. And I'd like to introduce Stephanie. She'll say a few words to you.
Hi. Thank you, Chief Nichols, for your introduction. I am so grateful for this opportunity and to be back actually with the medical where I started my career 22 years ago, and I loved my job as an investigator with the medical board and have nothing but fond memories of my mission for consumer protection, and look forward to our partnership with board leadership and specifically Ms. Jones, and working with the partnership with the Attorney General's office. I have been away from the HUIU Med Board scene for a bit, but I will tell you I take great pride in the relationships I have built on the investigation enforcement unit side with all of my boards and bureaus on that side, and really the respect and relationships we have developed with not only the board, just some examples, Board of Registered Nursing, the Physical Therapy Board. I think those relationships I've built with them, I look forward to doing that also with this board staff. So look nothing but great for excitement in the future. I think that is it for our presentation, and at this time we can take any questions if you have them.
Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Nichols, and congratulations, Ms. Whitley. Are there comments or questions from the members? Mr. Bounty?
Thank you. I also wanted to say thank you to Chief Nichols for her service, and welcome, Stephanie. I like how you've had specific experience with our board. Sounds like you've had a long runway, and I look forward to hearing about, your observations and insights and recommendations as you step into your new role. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Watkins.
Welcome, Stephanie, and thank you, Ms. Nichols. I mean, when I hear somebody went out and visited 12 of 13 field offices, I take my hat off to that. So, as usual, you just, high level of performance. I had a question. So, when you did these field office visits, what was your central takeaway that you could share with us? Like, what did you learn from that?
I think the biggest thing from actually talking to staff and hearing about what their daily life is like working these cases is just how much of a pressure cooker that job really is. Some of our staff are carrying caseloads over 30, and within that caseload, they might be working on statute of limitations cases where the statute's going to blow within 6 months, so they have to drop everything, but then they get an impairment case, and that's important too. They have to drop everything. And then, they have all these important cases, but then they have 26 others that are also important. So it's constant juggling, constant organization. But what I really took away is a lot of people that I spoke with said, this is a great job. They love the job. They just wish that the caseload was a little smaller so it wasn't so stressful. So I think the key is they love the work. It's an important job. They're very proud of the work they do. We need to work to get them the help they need, the staff, the reinforcements, so that their caseloads are lower, so they can do the same quality work but not have that constant stress and pressure of just the overwhelming workload. But a lot of offices, you know, they get along well with each other, their teams, they go out on field work, they have good rapport with their medical consultants, really talented people out there doing this important work. And I couldn't be more proud of them. Even with all the staff vacancies, we still made a 20% reduction in cases over a year old. We're systematically looking at how we do our cases, what takes so long, what could we do to shorten that gap. So staff are just working really hard, but it is a stressful job right now for a lot of them due to the caseloads.
Additional members? Sure.
Sorry. Chief Nichols, to your comment about what you've seen around, it made me think about our investigators and how, you know, mental health is a top priority for us all. So I was curious, with our team there, what kinds of resources do we offer them to help relieve kind of that stress and everything that they go through?
We do have EAP services, which we consistently offer to staff, and there's little webinars they can attend. There's also classes. They also have access to counseling services and all sorts of other things. But then within each office, too, there's also some informal team building that's done, whether it's a staff lunch or, you know, sometimes offices organize things outside the workday, just to kind of bring everybody together and kind of try and lower the stress.
Great, thank you.
Any other members? So I don't remember the exact numbers, Ms. Nichols, but it seemed like our vacancy rate kind of remains in the mid to high teens. So a couple questions. One is, are you still losing folks? And what's your onboarding like? How long does it take to get to where we can use an investigator to do the job that we need and you need to do?
Unfortunately, we are still losing people. So we have hired a lot of people, but then as we hire people, other people leave. Recently this month, we were just noticed 2 of our investigators are leaving, not to other agencies, but they're just separating state service. One's moving out of state, one's taking care of their family. And then we have lost a couple to some lateral transfers, so agencies that have smaller workloads. So it does seem to be, you know, we hire people, but we still have people that are leaving. But we're hoping with 19 people in background, we have 19 vacancies. We're continually putting more people in background to try and stay ahead of that. The process is actually very long for a peace officer. The background process with the psychological and the medical alone could take up to 8-9 months. And then as far as onboarding, if they already have their police academy, then we have a mini academy, which is a 4-week class. That's a couple weeks a month. We provide them training. They get a field training officer who helps them work through the cases, because even though they may have a lot of investigative experience, it might not be specific to this type of work. So there's a lot of training and onboarding that we do with staff as well.
Thank you very much. So before I go, Dr. Hauser.
Thank you. In the past, you've mentioned that one factor leading to the departure of investigators is that they can make more money in other state agencies. Has there been any progress in more competitive compensation?
Right, that's still a major issue. Department of Justice currently is about $2,000 more a month. So we are still losing people to jobs that pay more. There is a collective bargaining process going on right now. The investigator's contract is up in July, and so they're currently, you know, the union and the state are working together and negotiating, and we'll see what comes out of that. But hopefully it's something that would bridge the gap so that we don't continually lose people. And as in discussions with the enforcement monitor, some things that come out is that when you consistently have to replace staff, there's a monetary cost to that. It costs money to advertise, run the panel, put people through background. Sometimes we have to put people through a police academy, super expensive. The onboarding, your FTO trainer time, all this money, there's actually dollar figures attached, and when you add it all up, it costs more money to continually replace staff over and over again than it does to just compensate them fairly with other agencies that work complex work. And I know I'm biased in this regard, but there's no other job that investigates something so important as what these HQIU investigators investigate. It's life and death. They're so complex, these cases, it baffles me sometimes why our pay scales are so much lower, you know, than other agencies. And everyone's investigating something good. It's not that there's, you know, horrible things out there that are being investigated, but it's just the priority level of these cases should get the most attention, the most resources, and the most talented and trained staff. This job is highly specialized. It takes an investigator almost 3 years to be completely just onboarded and ready to go with these complex cases. So when you're continually losing staff so that they go make more money and you have to replace them, it's a vicious cycle. But I just think that more priority needs to be given financially to how important these cases are.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, we agree with you, and we appreciate your authentic passion about this. Dr. Mahmood.
I'm not being too nosy, but can I know what is the entry-level pay scale here, so we can have some idea where we can compare them? Because I totally agree with you. It's a very important, a very crucial job, and this really a job which basically makes and breaks of cases to protect people.
The salaries are posted for the job openings, and I know they recently eliminated range C. So the bottom salary is somewhere around, I'll have to check, so I'll have to get back to you on that. But it's the bottoms, at least. The salary letters I've been seeing, they're bringing people in at the bottom is like between, $4,500 and $5,000 a month. The top end of that range is $9,400 a month for investigator. But other agencies are paying $2,000 more a month.
And especially with the present inflation, it is not going to help a lot.
Comments or questions from the room? Sorry, I missed someone. That's sorry.
And of course, that goes to who sets the pay scale. Is it the state? Is it the DCA? Is it the medical board?
It's CalHR sets it for the different salary ranges, but it is negotiated by contract. So the investigators are part of bargaining unit 7. So that's by union contract that all of those things are set.
So it's the state of California that sets it.
Yes, so it's not, DCA doesn't have control to just change the salaries.
I don't want to miss anyone else. Anyone else from the board in the room? Any other questions or comments? WebEx?
Yes, the hand raising feature and Q&A window open for anyone wishing to make a public comment. Please go ahead and raise your hand or type something in there. We'll get you called upon. Okay, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any requests.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. So let's take a bio break to, it's a short one, 11:10, and resume, and then we'll have break for lunch after we do as much as we can do. So return at 11:10, please. Thank you very much, and welcome back. Let's move to agenda item 8, discussion and possible action on legislation. Mr. Bone.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Great. Good morning, members. Nice to be before you today. If you look at the green and blue color-coded tracker chart, you will see a lot of bills. For the 2 items shaded in blue, I recommend that we do not discuss and take action on those. The first item in blue, AB 470, has not been amended since the board adopted a support position, and SB 373 was recently amended and no longer impacts the board. So given the volume of bills to be discussed today, I'm happy to be as brief as I can with my remarks. And with your permission, Dr. Hawkins, I'll begin with AB 242.
Yes, thank you.
This bill would make permanent an existing temporary exception to the ban on the corporate practice of medicine at critical access hospitals. The board did not take a position on the bill that established this exception. Staff recommend the board do the same on this relatively narrow and existing exception to the corporate ban on practice of medicine. If the board agrees with the staff recommendation and does not take a position, then no motion or action is required. I'm happy to answer any questions, Doctor.
Questions from the board? Dr. Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Bone, could you, in these critical access hospitals, I assume the rationale is that the corporate practice bar is, because there's not a medical group available in the smaller community to hire the physician, that the hospital somehow can take that role in that small community and provide a hiring facility for the physician that will provide a stable revenue stream for the doctor and benefits and that sort of thing. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Doctor. And in addition to that, because of I think the nature of their designation, I don't know many of the ins and outs of that, but because these are maybe rural locations or other treating other fragile patient populations, I think those are the sorts of things that go into the designation of a critical access hospital. In the analysis, it notes the number of physicians who were hired and by what district they were hired into, so you can see that distribution, relatively low amount. Because this is an existing exception, that and again the board's prior lack of a position on it, those are the things that factored into our staff's continued recommendation to not take a position. Difficult to say what kind of disruptions to care there might be if this were to go away. So those are some of the things on staff's mind.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time finding which agenda item is that?
That's 8A, AB 242.
Huh, how come I don't have it?
Maybe it's sent as a separate. One of the questions I have, Mr. Bowen, is that is there any data that we can use to say that there has been increased service to rural and underserved areas under this particular bill? I mean, is it working, or is this a way to get in?
Yeah, couldn't say, Doctor.
Yeah, okay. So not uncommonly, we're saying, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and it doesn't really happen. If the motivation is to get to these underserved areas, historically, has it actually happened? So.
Yeah, don't have that information, unfortunately.
And your recommendation is we don't have a position, we don't have to vote on it?
That's correct.
What's the board's feeling about that in general? Would you agree with that recommendation? This is not something to vote on, just do you agree with it? Show of hands. You don't agree with the recommendation? Okay.
The recommendation is for no position?
Correct.
Yeah.
Not to vote on it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll adopt that throughout, Mr. Bowen, you let us know. Did you find it, Dr. Thorpe?
No, I'm sorry.
Dr. Thorpe, I think there are printed copies in the back table if you needed one.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Are there any comments from those in the rooms, other public? Any comment those on WebEx regarding this bill?
Anyone wishing to make a public comment, you can use the hand-raising feature or the Q&A window.
AB 242 Wood.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Give me just a sec here to see if anyone queues up. Okay, this time I'm not seeing any requests.
Thank you. We should move on.
Next one. Okay. The next is Assembly Bill 765, which prevents anyone from using a medical specialty title or referring to themselves as an osteopathic medical doctor without being licensed as a physician. Bill also includes numerous examples of specialty titles associated with physicians, but is intended to include any title that indicates or implies that the person using it is licensed to practice medicine. Recent amendments are described in the analysis and add additional clarifications for providers in the appropriate use of those terms. Staff recommend the board maintain its support position, which was taken during the prior board meeting. And if the board so desires, then no motion or action is required. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions regarding this bill? Use of doctor designation. Any comments from the public in the room? Any comments on WebEx?
The Q&A window and the hand raising feature available. Anyone like to make a public comment on this one? Not seeing any requests at this time.
Thank you.
The next bill is AB 796, which would establish the Athletic Training Practice Act and the Athletic Trainer Registration Committee within the Medical Board of California. The bill provides for a scope of practice, title protection, and notably a separate committee within the board to oversee this work. The committee would be authorized to hire its own staff to perform this work. The analysis notes a number of concerns with the current language on page 5, including, and I'll just add as well that the bill was recently amended in the last couple of weeks, and we have not had a chance to fully evaluate all the different aspects. The work of athletic training and the different registration aspects is a new, is not a concept that we deal with as a licensing body. However, we do note the following initial observations that current law states that the medical board's highest priority is consumer protection, but similar language is not provided for in this bill for the athletic trainers' work. There's no authority for the committee to obtain fingerprints or perform a criminal background check. No provision for denial of registration for somebody who is a registered sex offender. No online verification option for consumers to verify the registration of a trainer. No limits on supervision numbers similar to PAs of a 4-to-1 ratio. Committee relies on private nonprofit organizations to investigate and revoke the certification. And then, people who get denied, they can, simply reapply. There's no waiting period. And then there's additional arguments that have been raised. There's a letter that was distributed to the members recently from another organization representing physician assistants that raised a number of scope questions. There's other comments in the analysis that I won't go through. You can read that as well. We are fortunate to be joined today by Tiffany Ryan, who is the Chief of Staff for the author, Dr. Weber, who is also a board licensee. Ms. Ryan will be speaking during public comment on behalf of the author, and there's also representatives from the sponsors here as well. So in some summation, members, based on the concerns raised in the analysis, staff do recommend an opposed position. Happy to answer any questions.
Comments or questions from the board? Mr. Watkins?
Yeah, Mr. Bone. Well, thank you for all this. I had a question because this looks familiar. It looks like I've seen it a few times before. Is this, maybe it was in the physical therapy board when I was sitting there. Did the athletic trainers, a bill like this previously come up?
There's been a number of bills over the years, Mr. Watkins. You're right, that have been introduced. I don't know the full history. I would imagine that it would have been a great interest to the physical therapy board. Yeah. So likely an earlier version of this bill in a previous year that was discussed at the PT board.
Yeah, it looked like I've been through this at a point in time. I just wanted to say it.
Yeah, I would expect that some of the representatives here today could probably add further light on some of the history of the prior reference.
Dr. Holzer.
Thank you. Do we have an estimate on what this would cost the board?
Well, that's a very good question, Doctor. So right now, the language states that the work of the board, the work of the committee is going to be handled by the committee staff. However, in conversation, it's noted in the analysis, in conversation with Dr. Weber very recently, she outlined to Mr. Varghese and I a scope of work for this body to oversee the work of the committee. That's not defined in the language, right now. Perhaps again, the people that are here today can help to clarify that. So, from one lens, the cost right now is potentially very minimal, but if the board is going to be engaging in this role of oversight, well then, you can envision future board meeting agenda items, the executive staff, digging into doing that sort of work. The language just doesn't make that clear right now, so hopefully, the other folks that are here today can help to clarify that, or future amendments to the bill, will help to clarify that as well. Sorry to give you kind of a wishy-washy answer, Doctor, but that's kind of the facts right now. Thank you.
Any other members? So I'm sorry.
As far as you know, obviously they would set up the committee under the medical board. Mm-hmm. Are they providing certification? Are they providing guidelines? Or what's the role of the committee? And if it is providing certification, does the revenue generated from the certification go to the board, or does it stay with the committee?
Yeah, so there would be a fee that would be established in the future that would fund the work of the committee. With regard to certification, I read it as that work of determining whether or not the individual is largely fit and ready for registration. That is going to be handled by outside organizations. So these are private nonprofit organizations that are the certifying bodies. I think that's what the bill, contemplates. Complaints would not be investigated by the committee. The complaints would be largely, I think, forwarded on to the certifying bodies as well. It's not a model that we're used to here at NBC, and so thus the concerns that are noted in the analysis.
Yeah. Other comments or questions? And Ms. Boner, are these individuals in the room?
They're here by me.
Okay. Yes. So perhaps it makes sense to hear from them before we entertain a motion and a vote.
If you desire.
So any comments of the public regarding this bill? Welcome.
Hi. Vice President Hawkins and board members, my name is Tiffany Ryan and I'm Chief of Staff for Assembly Member Akilah Weber. I'm here on her behalf today to read a statement on AB 796. It begins, I am a board certified OBGYN and surgeon licensed through this board. My request today is that you allow me and my staff to listen to your conversations and concerns on this bill and give us the opportunity to amend the bill before you take a position on AB 796. Athletic trainers are educated and trained to specialize in the prevention, assessment, and intervention of emergency, acute, and chronic issues such as concussions, heat illness, and sudden cardiac arrest. The American Medical Association recognizes athletic trainers as an allied health professional and are classified as such by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. They are also provided a National Provider Identifier, or NPI number, just like every other healthcare professional, including myself. Athletic trainers are so important that 46 states have a licensure for athletic trainers. Hawaii requires registration, and New York and South Carolina have certification and title protection models. Then there is California. But it's not just a health and safety issue, it is also a social justice issue. The Athletic Training Locations and Services Atlas Project has created a real-time database of athletic training services in secondary schools. In San Francisco, 79% of schools have an athletic trainer. In Oakland, 0% of schools have an athletic trainer. In San Diego, 63% have an athletic trainer. In Los Angeles, 4.8%. CAF's overall schools, which is 1,620, have 63% with no athletic trainer. Required certification and licensure, as is in AB 796, protects the profession and our athletes. Based on Mr. Bone's analysis of this bill, here are ways in which we're prepared to amend AB 796 to address your concerns. Move this committee to the Occupational Therapy Board if we receive sign-off from the Chair of Assembly Business and Professions Committee. If we are not given permission to move to the Occupational Therapy Board, we would like to tighten up the language to ensure if there are any Med Board staff time or resources used in service of the Athletic Trainer Committee, that the workload would be reimbursed through the Athletic Trainer Fund. Tighten the scope of practice issues. We have had productive conversations with the opposition and remain committed to working to get them to a neutral or hopefully a support position. This takes time, but I am committed to address these concerns. I think that's my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tom Abdenor. I'm an athletic trainer who is retired from the Golden State Warriors and San Diego State University, and I am a managing board member representing the California Athletic Trainers Association. The CATA represents over 3,000 member athletic trainers in California, and our legislative goals are to increase the access to quality health care, protect healthcare workforce, and promote all healthcare workers to practice at the top of their scope of practice as defined by their education. First, I want to extend my thanks to Dr. Hawkins and the medical board, or Dr. Hawkins, yes, and the medical board for taking this time, and I would like to thank Dr. Weber for authoring AB 796, and we are very proud sponsors of that. The athletic training profession is regulated in 49 states and the District of Columbia. Unfortunately, California remains the only state in the country that does not require any form of regulation for these board-certified healthcare professionals. Athletic training encompasses prevention, diagnosis, and intervention of emergency, acute, and chronic medical conditions involving impairment, physical limitations, and disabilities. Athletic trainers work with a variety of athletes in different settings, including secondary schools, college and universities, professional teams, industrial settings, police and fire departments, performing arts, military, and healthcare facilities. These athletes may wear, the ones we care for may wear different uniforms, but they are all deserving of the expertise of an athletic trainer in their setting. Athletic trainers regularly work in collaboration with physicians, physical therapists, and other healthcare professionals, many of whom agree athletic trainers need regulation. In other states, athletic training profession has statutorily outlined education and training standards, a defined scope of practice, and an oversight board, along with formal adjudication processes. This framework does not exist in California, putting the public at risk. Currently, there are at least 130 individuals claiming to be athletic trainers and performing athletic training services in high schools who are unqualified to do so. There is no avenue for these unqualified individuals to be reprimanded by an oversight body. Should they be fired from one school, they are able to seek employment elsewhere as an athletic trainer. Moreover, individuals from other states who have lost their license are also able to come to California to work as an athletic trainer due to a lack of regulatory body and process. This practice can no longer be acceptable in our state. And lastly, if a practicing certified athletic trainer is accused of wrongdoing, such as sexual assault, for example, there is no means of investigating and ensuring that this individual is unable to continue working with their patients by removing their credentials. Athletic trainers need a regulatory framework as an allied healthcare profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, board members. My name is David Gonzalez. I'm the contract counsel and legislative advocate for the CATA, the California Athletic Trainers Association. We're the proud sponsors of AB 796, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments today. I'd also like to thank your staff, Aaron, for his good work on the analysis. I was hoping for a better recommendation, but the analysis itself is pretty thorough and makes some great points. I want you to know that we're willing to work with you on addressing those issues. You know, for example, one of the first points he makes is that The law states the board's highest priority is consumer protection. Just to be clear, the entire intent of AB 796 is consumer protection. Unfortunately, California finds itself in this weird spot of being the only state in the union that doesn't do anything about regulating athletic trainers. Even the District of Columbia has some type of regulatory framework for regulating this profession. And so we're absolutely willing and committed to working with you and your staff on addressing some of these concerns that are raised in the analysis. So it might be good to tell you why we're here now. So a couple weeks ago, the bill was different. We had put this under the Occupational Therapy Board, and we actually presented in front of them, and they took a supportive amended position on it. So we did have this same discussion with the OT board when we were under them. They had a robust discussion about it. There was some back and forth questions about scope, and their decision was to take a supportive amended position on it. The amendments described seemed very reasonable to us, and we were in the process of working out those amendments with the OT board. But as you know, the legislative process is a really organic one, and we got referred to the Business and Professions Committee, where that recommendation was to put us back to the California Medical Board for regulation. And so that's why we're here now. Just for full disclosure, in a prior, I used to represent something called the California Sleep Society, and we were the sponsors of your polysomnographic program. So it's a successful program, but when we did that program, we had more time to work with the board staff, and I apologize that we didn't do that, but this is sort of a late-breaking issue that happened where we got moved to a different board. But again, we're more than happy and willing to talk to you and engage in this conversation about how we can make this better. What's not acceptable to us is that we are still the only state that doesn't do anything about these consumer protections, and so exposes our youth athletes, student athletes, as well as our professional ones. It puts athletic trainers that practice in California at risk. Because frankly, when they're working for some of these professional teams, if they travel outside of state, that state sometimes requires licensure. Well, since we're the only state that doesn't do that, it creates this weird sort of legal situation for athletic trainers here in California. We're training them here. It'd be great for them to keep practicing here. And so we'd like to we look forward to working with you and happy to answer any questions. Thank you. Are there any other individuals in the room who want to speak? Perhaps you have the WebEx.
Yes, if anyone would like to make a public comment on the WebEx, please use the hand raising feature or type something in the Q&A window. First up here, we have Bryce Daughtry. Bryce, you should be receiving a prompt on your end to unmute. Morning, Bryce, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, yeah. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Bryce Doherty with TDG Strategies on behalf of the California Academy of Physician Assistants, also known as CAPA, speaking in opposition of AB 796 by Assemblymember Weber, as amended on April 27th of this year. And we're encouraging the Medical Board of California to concur in the staff recommendation to also oppose AB 796 as currently written. At the outset, CAPA does not oppose licensure and or some other form of regulatory oversight and or title protection for athletic trainers in California. In fact, California is the only state in the country that doesn't do so. Our research of all the other states found some form of physician supervision or direction of athletic trainers, but literally no state does it the way AB 976 proposes, and for good reason. California in 2019 enacted an entirely unique statutory scheme governing the relationship between physician assistants, aka PAs, and physicians, carefully crafted between the Medical Board of California, the Physician Assistants Board, the California Medical Association, and CAPA. It is tailor-made for the unique practices of both of these professions, and only these professions. Regrettably, recent amendments to AB 796 seek to do what no other state has done and what no other California licensed profession does, namely regulate athletic trainers' relationship with physicians the same way the state law regulates PA's relationship with physicians. Specifically, AB 796 does nothing to limit the type of care or services being provided to California consumers by athletic trainers, nor does it limit the setting by which athletic trainers may perform services, nor does it limit the number of athletic trainers that can be supervised by a physician and surgeon, just to name a few. This simply doesn't work because PAs and athletic trainers have very different scopes of practice and training from that of physicians and PAs. As we know, both physicians and PAs uniquely share a so-called plenary license and scope of practice. Most importantly, the bill does not provide for any consumer protection doctrines and does not prescribe a licensure fee structure or state account to operate the functions of the Athletic Trainer Committee under the Medical Board of California. We further understand that the Medical Board of California is experiencing dire financial difficulties in performing existing state mandated requirements. In fact, the Medical Board of California is seeking an enormous licensure fee increase on physicians to support current licensure functions. We strongly believe the Medical Board of California is financially ill-equipped to take on additional duties and functions by overseeing yet another licensed class of providers, which could be an
30
upwards
seconds remaining.
of 100,000 plus individuals. We're also being responsible for ensuring licensed physicians and surgeons are complying with nebulous supervision requirements contained in EB 976. For these reasons, CAPA respectfully requests the Medical Board to adopt an opposed position on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, I have an anonymous call-in user, so I'm going to go ahead and send the request. You should be prompted on your end to press *6 to unmute.
Yes, Rosanna Davis here with California Association of Licensed Midwives. I represent the 600 or so licensed midwives throughout the state. In regards to AB 796, we would also recommend that the medical board oppose bringing this profession under the medical board. Given that the board is trying to spin off current programs such as the licensed midwife program to an independent board and the medical board budgetary crisis, it's not the place for a new committee. Under the medical board, licensed midwives continue to have regulatory stalemates and a growing crisis of unjust disciplinary practices that could be efficiently and effectively managed under an independent licensed midwife board. An incremental step recommended also by the Business and Professions this year was to request the formation of a licensed midwife committee under the medical board sunset review. So far, the medical board has declined to entertain the request for us to transform our current midwifery advisory council into a committee. So for such reasons, CALM recommends that you oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, Dr. Hawkins is not seeing any additional requests.
Thank you. So I bring it back to the board for additional comments, questions. Outside?
Do we have any information on what other, for the athletic trainers certified by other states, where do they belong? Do they belong under the medical board of whatever state they're in, or are they under some other jurisdiction?
Great question, Doctor. I think maybe Dr. Hawkins, we could invite one of the sponsors to come and speak, because I do not know the answer to that, Dr. Sy.
Thank you very much. Great suggestion.
Great, thank you, David Gonzalez. Actually, most other states have their own board, so they have their own athletic training licensing board, and it is a licensure program. We've had to reduce it significantly because of the concerns that BNP raised about creating a new licensing category. So this is basically a baby step.
Thank you. Other members? Ms. Rue?
So right now the recommendation is opposed?
Yes.
I think the intent is great, but I understand all the concerns here. But hearing the staffer from the Assembly Member's office, how do we give them, the Assembly Member's office, more time to be able to work out all these concerns and issues? Can we do an oppose unless amended, or do we defer, or what to give them ability?
So the board's got a range of options. Oppose unless amended is certainly a good one. Additionally, I think a key factor that the board should consider is the time commitment that it would require of the staff and the board to work with them to get it to address the various issues that we've initially raised, and then potentially the scope issues. We just recently adopted a 5-year strategic plan. We're going through sunset review. Mr. Varghese was speaking to the different, challenges that the board is trying to, to wrestle through in various priorities. It's a lot to tackle in 1 year, really, 3 more months worth of, legislative work, 3.5 months. So if the board was inclined to go with that sort of a direction, then I would encourage the board to include within that a request that the author make it a 2-year bill. That then provides a lot more time, for everybody to get it right. And I think, the board I would imagine the board would be interested in helping to make sure that things go at the appropriate pace, things don't get rushed. We've seen bills that move too quickly sometimes, not necessarily this one, but just in general, and then you got to go and do cleanup, and can be very difficult. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Rue.
So I would like to put in a motion to change it to oppose unless amended with the concerns that you just brought up, Mr. Bone, because like I said earlier, I think the intent is good, but obviously there are lots of issues at hand here that needs to be resolved. But I think, like I said, the speaker from the Assembly Member's Office did state that they're going to try to move it to the Occupational Therapy Board, right? And if that happens, then that's a resolution as well. And I think Assemblymember Weber is the only doctor now on the legislature. Oh, no, there's 2 now. Oh, there's 2, right? Yeah.
It's 2.
It's more than 1.
2 physicians.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in any case, I want to afford her office the opportunity to try to flush this out, and hopefully the Assembly member will see that we're working with our office, so that when we have our proposal for our requests, primarily get more funded. I mean, had we been fully funded, this is something that we can entertain, right? I do want to give the respect to the Assembly member's office to give her some time, and 2 years would be great if they're willing to do that, but change it to oppose, if not oppose unless amended.
Just to clarify, if I may, Mr. Russo, is it a part of your motion that this committee and this responsibility should not rest with the medical board, that it needs to go into another entity or potentially standalone entity?
Yes, so I don't want to specify that, but I want to leave that open. But I do want to add in if they could consider making a 2-year bill, so there is some more time for our staff to be able to work with them. But I think that was an option that the Assembly member's office, the person from the Assembly member's office, brought up themselves. So, I would rather be less prescriptive and just say that obviously need lots of amendments and lots of changes.
Yeah.
But so to say it that way. So oppose unless amended with a request to see if they could extend it into a 2-year bill.
And to address the various staff concerns.
And address all the staff concerns, yes.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Russo. I have some additional members who want to comment, so I'd like to get more input before we go there. So we have Dr. Thorpe, Dr. Mahmood, and I have Mr. Watkins.
I appreciate again, I agree with Mr. Rue that this the intent seems good, but I'm concerned that the board currently, we've got so many strategic issues, problems that we are facing, that to distract us from our real core initiatives right now could be problematic. And I certainly wouldn't oppose, I wouldn't be willing to endorse anything that doesn't include a 2-year extension or a 2-year bill, and making the bill a 2-year bill, so that it could have time to actually be done in a way that may be appropriate. But I'm even concerned about that, because not only resources in financial resources, but just time management resources, it really concerns me that we have, I'm not sure we have the ability to do it without interrupting our own, core needs.
Dr. Mahmood, and then Mr. Watkins.
A couple of things. Number one, I think they are still working on to do some amendment. We should wait on that. Number two, just because we are overwhelmed, we cannot just discard that this is for the well-being of the future of so many who want to go to different states and work and find their things, and people coming from other states and all that kind of stuff. But obviously, it should be anything which is conditional, and obviously my major concern will be the monetary resources where it will come. And if the people who are onto this thing, they will come with the idea that they will not only fulfill the obligation of necessary resources, but excess of that, so that we are not left in a limbo. And I agree with 2 years should be the thing, and then after that, look at it again.
Mr. Watkins?
Yeah, I am very sympathetic to the athletic trainers. I actually use one a lot. It's on speed dial. My concern is, and this is a question to Mr. Bone, because this is going to fall in your arena. What is your bandwidth like right now to take on something like this? Because I look at all of the bills and I look at Sunset, and I'm just thinking, even to do this, even to consider it is a big ask. We don't have we all talked about the resources, but it's a mental capacity. If you focus your time and your staff's time on this, then it takes away from, things that are more core to the medical board. And there's a lot of issues with us, like Dr. Tolp said. So that's my comment.
Did you want to respond to that, Mr. Moore? Okay, sorry. I won't speak to, first of all, the work that we do and the work that goes into the packet is not just me, it's the other staff here. So appreciate that. It's been a busy year, Mr. Watkins. So if the board's direction, of course, is to dig deep and continue to do these things, of course the staff will do so. But it's been I'm feeling stretched. So hope that's helpful.
Dr. Blatt? Dr. Blatt?
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe that the goal and the need for having oversight of athletic trainers and being accountable to the various levels, be it pro sports teams to the Little League in a underserved community, is important. I believe that at this point in time, our core focus is to the mission of serving the patients of the state of California right now, and it's not to say that people that are in athletics are not patients, but ours is to license physicians, the oversight of that, and we are stretched thin. We have a financial crisis that Mr. Van Gies, I have full confidence, and his team will address. But at this point, I think what Dr. Watkins over there said is very true, that mental capacity, we think we can multitask, or we think we can do this, but we can't do it well, and we need to focus on the issues that our healthcare advocates are bringing forward to us at this point in time.
Great. That's I.
Yeah. First of all, it's hard for me to imagine that the Medical Board of California becomes the only state in the union that regulates athletic trainers, because other states have their own standalone board. I agree with everybody. Athletic trainers need oversight. I don't know if the practice of medicine and athletic training has a lot of crisscross and for us to supervise. With that said, would Mr. Rue accept a friendly amendment that we oppose unless amended that it be moved to a different board or standalone board? Would that relieve your workload, Mr. Bone, because we've already given direction that it's not just amending these little things. We wanted to move it out of the medical board.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah. I mean, I would then interpret, and you could feel free to clarify, is that your intention would be for staff not to spend their time on addressing the, the various issues. We'll respond to phone calls, that's in terms of like really rolling up our sleeves and, getting our hands really, dirty with the work, so to speak, then yes, that would definitely be helpful from a staff resourcing as well as just the various other priorities for the board that would be helpful.
Because it shows support for this idea that it needs oversight. We're not sympathetic to it, but it would tell the sponsor of the bill that we would like it to be moved out.
And we can clarify that intention as well in a letter, and then any, testimony before the legislature. If the board desires that this profession to be regulated, however, this is not the place for it for these reasons, and you've got these different, consumer protection concerns that need to be addressed. Right. I think that makes a lot of sense.
So I want to thank Dr. Weber for her service in a number of different arenas, and this does appear to be a public protection issue. I have a little bit of a concern about opposing something that is important in this area, and would like some consideration for a lesser, perhaps a neutral position or whatever. But my really point is the two things I already mentioned, thanking Dr. Weber, acknowledging this is a public protection issue. But I'd like to hear Mr. Orgiz's perspective on this discussion. So please.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Actually, just a little bit of background. Maybe Oklahoma is the only state, but it was an allied profession. Athletic trainer was an allied profession under the Oklahoma Medical Board. They were not a standalone. So I'm very familiar with their certification, education, and their licensure process and all that, and their committee meets in our building. So, but when I have that perspective, and I look at this introduced language, I see a lot of holes in it, and those were addressed in our meeting with Senator Weber, Dr. Weber. Aaron and I had a chance to point those out. This will create a big expectation for the board from the public perspective that we have an oversight and the kids are being protected. Well, when we have a legislation introduced with no fingerprinting, no background check, how can we assure that we are licensing the candidates? Well, the only requirement for license or certification at this point is a national certification, nothing else. So there's a lot of improvement must be made, and I agree with the board that a lot of work needs to be done, and we don't need to be rushed into it. It is an important profession, and they are at the court side, providing first aid for concussions and heat strokes and things like that. So appreciate the profession very much, but we need more time to work on it.
Thank you. Aaron? Mr. Bone? So I have a motion, from, go ahead, Mr. Rue.
Yeah, so I would accept that friendly amendment, and, everything Dr. Bollat said, I can't agree more, and, maybe this might not be the best place for this to reside, not in the medical board, but I wanted to give a little bit more flexibility to the author of the bill. However, your amendment, your friendly amendment addresses my biggest concern, because I was going to say, if Assemblymember Weber was able to create a standalone board or move it to another department, it would be a shame that we oppose it, right? Because that's where the oppose unless amended comes in, right? So I'll take that in. I'll take that as a friendly amendment, and hopefully we could pass this. And I just want to end by saying I do want to remind the board that the full legislature does approve our budget, and this would create tremendous goodwill to show the legislature that while we're understaffed and underfunded, that we are going above and beyond for the mission of patient safety, as well as addressing their concerns. So just want to end with that, but I will accept that amendment.
Question for Mr. Bone. If we oppose this bill and the board is then removed from the language, do we convert to a neutral position automatically?
It would depend on the context of the board's opposition. So if the board's sentiment was, we're opposed to the bill and it does not belong here and we have consumer protection, or period, sorry, let me back up. If the board's position is we're opposed, it doesn't belong here, then if it gets removed from us and to another entity, then I think neutral would make sense. But it would depend, I think, on the conditions and the sentiment, of the board. Is that helpful, Doctor?
Thank you, yes.
Quick clarification on that. I think the question is, if we do just an oppose and it does change, we don't get a second bite at the apple to go to neutral, unless we have another board meeting and it comes before us again, which might not happen, right?
Well, we have another board meeting scheduled for the end of June. So again, it's contextual. So for example, SB 373 was a bill that the board took a position on at the last meeting. After that, then the board was carved out of that, and so therefore we moved to neutral. So the board members can set the conditions, I guess, is my broader point of what of when we would go to neutral or not. So is that helpful?
Yeah. So the amended motion that's before us now addresses Dr. Halser's concern, right? Because if it does get moved out of the medical board, then we would. Do we have to specify neutral or support?
Well, so I was going to. That's a great question. So I was going to before we went to a vote, I was going to clarify the terms of the motion. So what I gather is it's oppose unless amended to, first of all, move to out of the medical board, either to the OT board or be standalone, right? Okay.
Or somewhere else.
Oh, right. Great. Then also to address all the consumer protection issues that were noted in the staff analysis. That's the other ask that we have, that, even if, so what I mean is, if it goes to the OT board and none of the other matters are addressed, we would still be opposed unless amended, because,
Sure, yes.
Right. So those are the two priorities that I'm gathering from the board in your motion, and I'm not sure who seconded. Is that fair, Mr. Rue?
Yes.
There was no second.
Okay.
This comes from the OT board right now, and we are giving it the attention that it deserves. But the more we have the conversation, the more it becomes clear that this is not the space for this to live. And a standalone board, I mean, all the work that needs to go into this to make this viable, I would rather just be clear and say I'm opposed to this. Not that I'm opposed to athletic trainers, but I'm opposed to the form that this came and the route that it came. And the form that it's in right now needs a lot of work, and the route that it comes from OT and, where they still trying to find a home because they can't stand alone, is problematic. And we can't take that on. I start feeling more strongly about the medical board being focused with our own concerns. And there's the principle is you put the mask on first when the plane crashes before you give your mask to somebody else. So kind of that principle I want to apply, because the medical board, we are responsible for it. And we are responsible for your well-being and not, taxing you with more stuff than is necessary. So that's where I'm sitting right now.
Great. So I want to thank everybody. So, Mr. Bone, could you restate the motion as you hear it with the accepted friendly amendment? Is that correct? And then we can decide what we're voting on?
Yes. Order. I don't believe the motion's been seconded.
It has not been. I just wanted clarification. Thank you very much. What we would be seconding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. So, from what I understand from Mr. Rue, his motion is to adopt an opposed unless amended position to find a new home for the athletic training committee and to address the various consumer protection issues. And I take it as well that would include scope of practice, concerns as well. All the opposition noted Okay.
For clarification, if we oppose unless it moves to a different board or standalone, do we need to address the scope of practice again? Because now it's under the purview of that separate board. They should have their concerns addressed rather than we telling them what concerns should be addressed. So I would almost offer an addendum to that friendly amendment to say that we would just recommend it be going to a different place, period. And then this way, I think accomplishes two purposes. We support the legislation, not to be regulated by us, but by a different entity. And it would take the load off of our staff to have to deal with all the micromanagement issues that the analysis presents. Would that be a better amendment?
Better is in the eye of the board, I suppose.
I think the main everybody here is concerned that we need to do what we're tasked to do.
Yeah.
This is something that if we have extra time, we should be doing it. But as the board understands, we need to focus while we're here. And so by leading the second part of that, would that help us tell the sponsor, we support you? Go ahead, but not by us.
Do you want me to address that? Yeah. Actually, I hate to shoot myself in the foot here, but yes, Dr. Sai, that would relieve our staff from a lot of work. It would. However, on the flip side, had this bill come to us that said they want to create this new board, a standalone board that's occupational therapy, then I think Mr. Bone and his team would have reviewed it and would have said, these are our concerns. We should oppose it because of all the concerns all outlined in his report. And he would probably come to us and recommend and oppose, right? I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but, so I think that where it goes helps our budget and helps the future of this board, but then there still needs to be concerns that we have before we support it. Because just because another board forms doesn't mean that we just blanket support anything. Is that right? Or?
So I think maybe the thread between the comments is that where does I think you're wrestling with where does the board want to draw the line in terms of the scope of its position and then the scope of the work that the staff would be tasked with. And so if the board wishes to, if its chief concern is that it ought not be here within the medical board and that we support the effort and that we encourage the author. I think, we've heard a lot of, very encouraging remarks from Ms. Ryan about Dr. Weber's intention to address this. And I think that the board is certainly within its, right to, take that on faith that that's going to occur, but that it needs to find another home other than at the medical board, and that would be really the sole basis for its opposed unless amended position, because we're trusting that the doctor is going to be addressing those issues.
You and your staff recommended an opposed position, and you laid out the whole why that is, and the foundation of that was the public protection part not being in the bill, and also the staff resources. If we took an opposed position, I'm going to just take it like that because I don't like it gets too distorted if you're not clear. If we take an opposed position as recommended by staff who took the time and all the effort to actually work through this, then what happens, the signal goes exactly, the conversation they can refer to is that they wanted to have it be a standalone board. And that might be the critical thing that is missing from this, along with all the others. I see this as still in development from my point of view. And nobody wants to really touch it And us touching it makes it not our baby, but we will be investing time in it. So I'm really sticking to your recommendation, just so that I'm very clear as to the line we are taking, which is the medical board's priorities.
I appreciate that, Mr. Watkins. And just to add a bit to that is that the analysis has to be, and I appreciate the patience of the members. Some of the analyses, it's a very busy time of year. Some of them took a little bit longer than I would have liked to have getting them in your hands. So appreciate your patience in that regard. The analysis was completed and distributed to the members prior to hearing the comments from Dr. Weber's office, just now. So it's to the board's, discretion on how, they want to take that all in and factor that all into, into the position. Now, adopting an opposed position does not cut the board off from the option to reevaluate that in the future, at a future board meeting. So just wanted to, add that as well.
So, Mr. Rue, could you clarify your motion?
Basically, I'll take whatever friendly amendment Dr. Sai wants to give. So to get that second. So whatever Dr. Sai feels comfortable with to second it, I'll take that amendment.
Does that change? Does my friendly amendment change the workload that you will have to undertake, or as long as we put oppose unless amended, it just creates a to-do list for you?
I guess what I would take from the sentiment of the board. This is a difficult dialogue. I appreciate the members' diligence and all this. What I would interpret from the conversation is that the board is highly concerned about board resources and staff resources, and is also concerned about the consumer protection issues, but its chief concern is that it needs to be in a place other than the board. So there are tensions, and some of this stuff is a little bit messy, and it's difficult to draw bright lines with these things. But I would, after the meeting, would take this back, confer with the author and the sponsors, and then make it clear, they're hearing it all, that this really does not belong here. And, they should consider making it a 2-year bill, slowing it down to make it right. But really the board staff's ability to help get everything right is really limited.
Or is the other option then to table it?
I think there's too much dialogue to table it.
To table the board's decision?
Right. Would that...
I don't know that would advance your goals.
Oh, okay.
If we did,
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Restate the motion as you've heard it. And I'll just ask for clarification about the amendments.
So the motion is oppose unless amended to move the OT board to either standalone or some other board within DCA.
Period, right?
Period. And maybe with consideration, and we urge the author to address the issues that have been raised in the analysis related to consumer protection and scope.
Can we get a second on that?
I'll second that.
Can we take a vote?
Ms. Lubiano?
No.
Dr. Bolat?
No.
Dr. Helzer?
No.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmoud?
I'll abstain.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
No.
And Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
May
May I have the breakdown, please?
I counted five.
5 yeses, 4 noes, and 1 abstain. Then that motion passes.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for lunch. Can we be back at 1 o'clock? Thank you. 8, Mr. Bowen?
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Okay. The next bill before us is Assembly Bill 1070, which would allow a physician to supervise an unlimited number of physician assistants who are performing home health evaluations of their patients. The bill uses some vague terminology to describe what occurs within such a patient's encounter. The bill does state that in these evaluations, no direct patient treatment or prescribing of medication is allowed. I have met with the author's office and a representative of the sponsor and asked for additional information about what happens during these visits and why it is necessary to remove the existing supervision limitations. Last night I did receive some information from the author's office, including a document prepared by the sponsor, Signify Health, which was distributed to the members. It's a back to double-sided single piece of paper. And they're also in the back for the public. That document states that during these home visits that the clinician will review the patient's current and past health conditions, perform diagnostic tests when appropriate, examine the home for safety hazards, and discuss social determinants of health. Also, they review medications for contraindications or lack of adherence, check for physical safety concerns, and determine any food insecurity. A summary of the information gathered during the visit is sent to the member's known primary care provider, the patient's primary care provider. Sponsor states that if we believe that some level of supervision of PAs in this work is still necessary, then they suggest setting the maximum ratio of 10 PAs to 1 physician. If the board believes that supervision is required for this type of work for PAs, then it could consider if 10 to 1 would ensure appropriate supervision. And if it agrees with that, then I would suggest adopting an opposed unless amended position to impose that ratio. Happy to answer any questions.
So are there questions or comments from the members? Dr. Blatt?
Yeah. Yes, Erin, thank you so much. I have a question. When you were talking to the sponsor, right now, as we all are acutely aware, there's a contraction of services and there's limited dollars available for healthcare services, and yet we're trying to expand into communities, every health system and whatnot, to try to meet people in their place, patients in their place. Now, there's agencies that get accredited, home health agencies, for example, that have oversight and have to meet very strict with California regulations to be in business. So my question is this a clearinghouse? What is this business, and what particular niche are they filling?
So you're asking about the business model, I think, Doctor, of the...
Yes, and I would like an entire critique, Erin. No. No, but if in the discussion, I would think even in the initial pitch, it must have come through as the why.
So, I mean, that was really the gist of what I was trying to get at with them, Doctor. And my internet is fighting me right now. But it is I understand they have some connections with, Medicare Advantage, so I think there may be some Medicare. I believe they are a provider that contracts with different Medicare insurance products to offer these types of services. They were recently acquired by CVS, And what that all implies, I don't know exactly, but that's something that I was able to determine as well in kind of my, in my review. But in response to the questions that I was asking them, principally were, help me to understand the need, help me to understand so I can explain to the board why effectively no supervision, because if it's 100, 500, 1,000 PAs, what's the level of supervision that's actually being, that's occurring there. And then I got, the document that, so that was the most, and they did provide with me as well some information relating to, PA supervision limits from some other states. It's not in that particular document, so, unsurprisingly, it kind of runs the gamut. Some states, and Mr. Varghese could probably speak to this as well, some states have no limit on the ratios. Some are like us, some have 6, so it's kind of all over the place. I hope that's helpful.
That is helpful. And so what's before us is really this whole notion of, as I'm reading through it, sounds like there's an overlap with home health, obviously, services, and there's also some diagnostics, which normally doesn't happen with home health services. You can't just order up someone to come out and do a lab test. There's also, I think, the whole notion, and I'm just saying it out loud so that people know where my perspective is, a lot of fragmentation of medical care in various arenas, and yet there's still a big need to be able to cover that, probably more so or as much in the area of mental health, which this isn't really particularly addressing except for the home safety. So finally, when I look at this, I can see the model kind of coming to light in terms of one physician, one medical director for a XYZ clinic overseeing an unlimited number of PAs, and then there's the whole infrastructure necessary to get that information back to the physicians or nurse practitioners or whoever that clinician is caring for that patient. So again, to hear what you said is that it would be, this particular bill as it exists is with an unlimited number of PAs to physicians. Am I correct?
Yes, there's no limit
prescribed. Right. Thank you very much.
Dr. Thorpe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's the thing that's concerning to me is, believe me, if in corporate America, if you say that it's okay for one medical director to supervise 500 PAs across the country, that's what you'll get. And I am deeply concerned about that. I think that has that's fraught with serious public protection, consumer protection issues. And not to say that there aren't, please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. The allied health professionals or non-physician providers, however you want to, whatever term you use, are excellently trained. They do great work, and they're an invaluable part of the healthcare continuum. But you don't know what you don't know, and I don't mean that as a glib statement. There's just a limit to how much you can be taught. Anyone. That's why it's so important for all of us to continue our education as we go through our career, because there's always things that are changing, and there's always. But to have no oversight seems to me inappropriate. And so I can understand how you might be able to do. I supervise non-physician providers every day, and so I supervise 4 currently. And it's not a full-time job. I probably spend, right now I see, generally I look at 50% of their charts. I don't review in absolute detail, but I go through and review their note, whether it makes sense. I look at their assessment and plan, and if I see that there are issues that need to be addressed, I make a comment and send it back to them. Most of the time I just say, yeah, I agree. But there are, I don't know, I really haven't looked at how many I actually send back for asking them to do something a little different. but there's a certain number, 10% maybe, maybe 15% that I send back and say, hey, think about this, or I'm a little uncomfortable with this plan. Would you please do this? But I don't think, there's even though we're required to do that, that's the 4 is the current limit.
Mm-hmm.
At 10, if I had 10 mid-levels, it would be tough.
Right.
It would be tough to keep track of. It would be tough to manage. And I think if you're really serious about it, there's a significant how should I say it? There's a definite limit to how much you can do and how well you can do the job. The more those people, the higher the number is that you have to supervise.
Yeah.
So, could I do 6? Well, I could probably do 6, but I would probably have to cut down the percentage I'm reviewing, maybe 20% or 15% of their charts. The more you're doing, the fewer the sample you're going to be getting to look at. Because if you have 20 mid-levels and they're seeing 10 of these patients a day, you're going to end up with 200 a day to look at. It's not technically possible.
So the practice agreement is still required, there had to, so that is still the practice agreement between the physician and the PA. That is not eliminated. It's just just to be clear, want to clarify, it's the number of, to your point, there's effectively no limit. But I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I understand what you're saying. But I don't think what the agreement itself doesn't really solve the problem of oversight. It just says this is the guidelines about what we're going to do when we do oversight, but it doesn't really address the volume of cases that you have to review. That's a different issue.
Got it. Thank you.
Other comments? Dr. Mahmood?
Yeah. The first part, I'm a little confused. Is this in conjunction with the home health, or this is in a separate service on top of the home health?
The removal of the 4 limit on 4 PAs at a time is only in the context of these what are called home health evaluations. So the bill is very brief. The words in there are very brief in that and describes in very general terms what occurs within those home health evaluations. Does that help?
No. So people who are in practice, they would understand what we mean by home health is when patient goes home and patient has needs, like nurse needs to see, check blood pressure more often, or having a physical therapy, that is in a home health. You don't need physician assistant or anybody. They usually send a nurse and whatever is needed, RT or physical therapy. So these are the 2 different services. And who will be deciding? The primary doctor will be asking them to send those people, or some other service will be doing it. That's very important, because if a corporate service is doing it, not only number of physician assistants you can supervise, physician assistant might be seeing 50 patients there. And you say, okay, we'll only have 3 physician assistants, then you might have to review so many patients. And is primary being taken into confidence on this patient, we're going to send a physician assistant or nurse practitioner to evaluate, is it okay with you, or you need it, or you don't need it? Because as Dr. Bell said that we are already very constrained on resources in our healthcare industry. And with bringing all these things just to benefit corporates is, I think, not a step in the right direction.
Yeah, Doctor, the bill does not speak to the issues. I think, take your point relating to Dr. Bolat's question about the business model of, how will this be used in practice? The bill does not speak to that or place any limitations in that regard.
So I'd like to amplify what Dr. Bolat and Dr. Mahmood are stating. So as a primary care physician, have a patient get discharged from the hospital, they come to see in the office, and there's a recognition that if I had home health involved, that home health nurse does an assessment based on my orders to see about proper utilization of medication, the home situation, whether physical therapy is appropriate or some other therapy is appropriate. So they're doing, we come up with a medical plan, and I sign that plan off on that, and the services are provided, and I get regular follow-up. On some level, there seems to be a duplication of services. Now, the PA can do more things than a regular nurse, not a mid-level nurse, a regular nurse is doing. But is Medicare and the private insurance going to pay for both of those entities? Or is the PA going to replace the RN, whose services we're used to providing for our patients, a very good model? Do we know that?
The bill's silent on all those very good questions, Doctor.
Dr. Lott, please.
And I see one other point in the way this is written, the idea, and I watched this over several years, where one can go and order diagnostics and undoing or getting the phone call, what does this mean? I know I had it done over here by this entity, but could you really tell me what that carotid duplex mean when it has 5%, atherosclerotic plaque? And there you are undoing that. And then I think that we have to remember that when a person that goes back and says, what does that mean for my health? I think, just with anything else, it puts probably some unnecessary stress and strain on the person and certainly their doctor when they get the phone call to try to explain something they didn't even order.
Dr. Helzer?
Just a brief comment. The bullet points at the bottom of the first page and top of the second page seem pretty vaguely worded. Things like advanced assessment, health evaluation. It might be hard to decide how to apply these bullet points when you're deciding when the limits apply or don't apply.
I would agree.
Can you remind us of your staff's recommendation?
It's been difficult to, so initially as it was presented to you in paper, it was pending that me getting some of this additional information. So if the board believed that the scope that's being presented was at least sufficiently narrow compared to, the very broad PA scope, and that they felt that 10, which was the limitation number that's suggested at the bottom of this document, if they think that 10 is a 10-to-1 ratio is appropriate, then I think opposed unless amended would be a good way to go. It's difficult, I confess, with the wording of in the language of the bill, the terms being very general. I don't have the experience that especially the physician members do with regard to how this stuff works, in practice. So, look into the wisdom of the board as well.
Right. Dr. Lott?
Yep. Myself, I would be willing to put a motion to oppose this bill, not even oppose as amended, because it's broader and deeper than just the ratio. So I'd put that motion out to oppose this bill.
I second.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the public present in the hearing room? Any public comments on WebEx?
The hand-raising feature and the Q&A window open for anyone wishing to make a public comment. You can just type something in that Q&A window or raise your hand. First up here, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, you should be receiving that prompt.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, Marion. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Marion Hollingsworth, Patient Safety Advocate. First, I want to point out that the board, that the public wasn't given the chance to comment on AB 796, either that or I missed the call for that. If so, if it wasn't called for, that's a violation of the Bagley-Keene Act. Regarding AB 1070, if a physician is unable to review even 50% of patient records by a PA, how can we be assured that the home health care is proper? This leaves room for considerable overprescribing, fraud, and general lack of appropriate care. Are physicians claiming they reviewed their records and collecting fees for that? If so, isn't that fraud to be paid for something you deliberately didn't do? This bill needs to be carefully reviewed and maybe sent back to the drawing board before any vote is taken on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, Dr. Huggins, I don't see any additional requests.
Thank you. Can I restatement of the motion?
Oppose.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, we have a Motion and a second. Ms. Taylor, call the roll.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Should I move on to the next bill, Doctor?
Yes, please.
That is AB 1369. This bill exempts certain out-of-state physicians from the requirement to obtain a license so that they may treat patients, via telehealth who have a disease or condition that is immediately life-threatening, provided that the physician is licensed in another state that uses criteria substantially similar to this board. Under current law, any qualified out-of-state physician may receive a license to practice medicine and treat patients here in California. Eliminating licensing requirements to practice medicine, especially for a fragile patient population, erodes consumer protection. The bill does not state who will determine whether the physician in question meets the criteria for the exemption, nor would it disqualify those with a history of discipline. Ultimately, staff believe this bill is unnecessary and it increases the risk that patients will receive treatment below the standard of care. Accordingly, we recommend an opposed position. Happy to answer any questions, and I just would note that there's a representative from the sponsor who is here, who I'm sure will be making comments during the appropriate time. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Are there questions or comments from the members? Dr. Mahmood?
Yeah, I definitely agree this is going to cut down the standards of care, healthcare in state of California. This should be opposed, and I agree with your recommendation.
Dr. Hauser?
I move that we oppose.
Is there a second?
Second.
Comments from the public in the room? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to the board and to Mr. Bone for presenting this bill. My name is Kelly Goss. I'm with the ALS Association, and I'm pleased to provide comments in support of AB 1369, of which we're a sponsor. As you have heard, this bill would provide a narrow exemption to allow virtual care from out-of-state physicians who are licensed in another state for a small and highly vulnerable patient group, such as those living with ALS. ALS is a rare, terminal, progressive neurodegenerative disease in which one's body continues to lose muscle functionality until they're deaf. People with ALS become increasingly dependent on round-the-clock care as their mobility declines. Travel, even to a local clinic for care, can be grueling and becomes increasingly impossible. Not surprisingly, telehealth has been a game changer as an effective tool to provide care, especially when access to facilities or specialists is limited, particularly for those who reside in rural areas, for example, in and out of state, and when in-person visits aren't necessary. Telehealth eliminates the physical burdens and safety risks of travel for those who are immunocompromised compromised and greatly reduces travel costs for patients and caregivers who must accompany them. Many ALS clinics within California and elsewhere throughout the nation continue to utilize telehealth for these very reasons. Currently, it is not uncommon for terminally ill patients to receive in-person care from an out-of-state provider. The most common examples include when treatment is only available outside of California. This is the case often with rare diseases where there's only one or a few facilities across the country that provide a specialty type of treatment, or where one provider facility is a leading facility. Also, to obtain an unbiased second opinion, the key here being unbiased. Often patients who are newly diagnosed will want to seek that unbiased opinion from an outside person without consultation from their current doctor, or to maintain an existing doctor-patient relationship. This is most frequent when somebody moves into the state, or for somebody who spends a significant time outside of California if they travel for work or school, as an example. With the passage of AB 1369, terminally ill Californians with ALS who seek care from out-of-state specialists would also greatly benefit from having access to virtual care for initial screenings prior to having travel in person and to maintain continuity of care. This is incredibly important because the time delay associated with having to obtain a license and the equity issue. The reality is this bill creates an equitable position for those whose fragility or physical inability prohibits them from traveling as somebody who physically can to receive in-person care out of state. And I just want to emphasize lastly that in seeking greater flexibility to address terminally ill needs for patients, we are committed to working with you, Mr. Bone, and other stakeholders to ensure that patient safety and standards of care are met. Thank you, and we urge you to support the bill.
Stay at the microphone momentarily, please. Are there any other public people who are in the room that want to speak? So I just wanted to say there are none. Does any board member require any clarification after hearing the presentation of this person?
One question. So currently, patients who have ALS could get telemedicine from California providers, correct? Or is there a shortage? Or?
They can receive telehealth from an ALS clinician. In fact, they do. So in addition to in-person care, they are eligible for telehealth, and many of our clinics do continue to offer telehealth as a means, which is crucial. Again, as they progress, their mobility is in severe decline. It is a huge burden not only for the patient, but often the family caregiver who has to assist the person and the burdens associated with that.
Is there a particular excessive shortage of providers who are willing to provide telemedicine for ALS in California?
I can't speak to the specific number. We do have, obviously, I'm the first to acknowledge that we have good doctors in California, and we do have clinics and several doctors treating it. We do, however, anticipate that as ALS becomes more livable with more therapies and people live slightly longer than the mean now, there will be a shortage of doctors. And so telehealth is going to be increasingly needed, whether it be in-state and or out-of-state. So coming up with more flexibility is going to be something that needs to be addressed, and we look forward to working with you and other stakeholders to do that. But it is going to be a need.
Dr. Thorpe and Dr. Balat, did you?
I just had one. My question is really, so it's the question is because there can be out-of-state clinicians who serve Californians as long as they have a California license. Correct. So I realize that there are expenses involved in licensure out of state, in another state. So acquiring a California license has a certain cost associated with it. But from our perspective, that also has certain protections for our public as well and consumers. So the issue is not so much whether we think telemedicine is a good idea for ALS, which I think it is a very good idea for them. The question is, why wouldn't clinicians who want to do telemedicine, because for us the issue is any clinician that is providing telemedicine, if they live in another state, we still require them, if they're seeing a client in California, they need to be licensed in California. And so why should this be an exception to that is my question.
Sure. It's a very valid question. And I think the biggest and most immediate way to address that would be the time delay associated with obtaining a license. Again, we're talking about a very narrow exemption for those who are terminally ill, and they don't have the luxury of time to wait. So if they find an out-of-state provider that's a specialist and they feel comfortable and trusted with that provider, and that provider does not have a California license, the only thing that is preventing them from getting that same equal access to somebody who could physically travel out of state is their condition that makes them immobile or immunocompromised such that it's life-threatening for them to do so. And so time delay is a key component, as is the equitable. And I think we can build in some flexibilities here, whether we look to the Interstate Compact, which has 37 states are currently part of that. Whether we look to how to ensure safety and that standards of care are met through a registration process or some simplicity that can alleviate those concerns and still provide them with the same exact access to immediate care that they need. Again, this is a highly vulnerable population, not just ALS, but other people with terminal conditions. And that's exactly what this bill is attempting to do, and provide them with the same equality as other patients can receive with out-of-state care.
Thank you very much. Just want to make sure we're missing a critical part of the bill. Thank you. Are there public comments on the WebEx? Thank you.
Anyone wishing to make a public comment on the WebEx, please go ahead and raise your hand or type in anything in the Q&A box. We'll get you called upon in the order we see it. First up here, we have Angela Ramirez Holmes. Angela, you should be receiving that request on your end. Looks like your line's open. Angela, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Angela Ramirez Holmes. I'm the founder and president of CalRare, a nonprofit dedicated to improving the lives of rare disease patients in California. We work to bring recognition to the issues rare disease patients face and work to ensure access to physicians, treatments, and services. By definition, diseases are individually rare. However, nearly 4 million Californians have a rare disease or condition. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how telehealth is a tool for increasing access to healthcare for all Californians. Key to ensuring telehealth equity is listening to patients to inform policy and the provision of telehealth services. We need to maximize flexibility and choice for patients. This is even more critical for rare disease patients, especially those who are terminal. Even though the public health emergency may be declared over, it certainly isn't for all rare disease patients. Access to care safely continues to be an issue for our community. While we are lucky to have amazing healthcare professionals and world-renowned researchers here, for some of our patients, the rare disease experts are in other states. Californians don't have access to specialists in other states unless they're willing to travel to that specialist location or that specialist is willing to obtain that licensure here. This is difficult for most people, let alone a rare disease patient who have to worry about mobility restrictions, exposure to COVID or general sickness, and the additional financial burden. During COVID, all 50 states used emergency authority to waive some aspects of their state licensee requirements. Since the end of that public health emergency, states like California discontinued the waivers. Some states have temporary practice laws to support existing provider-patient relationships to minimize gaps in care. Other states have created a telehealth registration process for out-of-state healthcare providers. A majority of states have promoted the use of telehealth across state lines by agreeing to interstate medical licensure compacts. This bill provides a narrow exemption for terminal patients. Time is not on their side. I am confident that with the smart people in this room, we can figure this out. As I mentioned at the beginning, key to ensuring telehealth equity is listening to patients to inform policy and the provision of telehealth services. We have proven time and time again that by changing policy, we can save lives. This is an opportunity for you to help us do just that. I urge you to not take an opposition to this bill and stand up for terminal patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. And next up here we have Sarah. Sarah, you should be receiving a prompt on your end. Sarah, it looks like your line open. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can. Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Goodman. I'm the Senior Legislative Aide for Assemblymember Bauer-Kahan, who is the author of this bill. I just wanted, obviously, our incredible sponsors can speak to the needs of the communities impacted by this bill, and those are the most important folks. Just want to state that, my boss cares a lot about protecting Californians, and that's one of the reasons she brought this bill forward. Her dear friend, who unfortunately did pass away, had a rare form of cancer that needed a specialist that happened to be based in New York. He traveled to New York, even though he was severely medically impaired, because the specialist was not at the time licensed in California, though fully licensed in New York. And the specialist mentioned to him that it was a shame that there wasn't a way for him to consult with him over telehealth, because most of his patients were able to do that, but not his California patients. And unfortunately, also because of the journey, the patient suffered some severe medical complications because of, travel is really difficult. And just wanted to kind of share where this bill is coming from for patients and for my boss. The bill is really limited to folks that are terminally ill who already have other exemptions in law, like the right to try in terms of their own medications, and they should have the right to kind of consult with whoever they want to consult with, obviously with the provision that is in the bill that they be licensed to practice medicine, though obviously in this case not in California. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Hello?
Yes, Rosie, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good. Okay. I agree that you should oppose the bill as written. It's one of these instances where the unintended consequences are underestimated. While it says this is for people who are terminally ill, etc., it covers disease or immediate distress or whatever. And too often what is happening is no matter what your right is as a patient, like your right to try, there's so many rules and regulations that keeps you from doing that. And then insurance companies want to shuttle everybody to a venue that is not appropriate for them. And I can see that happening here. Not that if it were passed, it may help people who are terminally ill or who have a disease or it's difficult to travel. I love telehealth because it helps somebody who has a mobility problem. Unfortunately, they tend to get shuttled to people who are not necessarily competent. So here we're talking about specifically known providers who we are seeking because of their competence, but the insurance companies, that's not on their bottom line. So it means that you might find yourself always treated by somebody who's not competent and you have no say in it. It needs to be reworked so that it allows the patient's best interest, not the insurance company's best interest, to allow for their treatment. And that means at some point in time, some type of licensing agreement, and it may be a simple reciprocal agreement, or if a doctor's doing telehealth as their primary practice, that particular cost be minimized or handled through an agency or whatever. But as written, I can see what's going to happen is that people who need the help the most are not going to get it, and it doesn't matter where they're licensed. So I think we have to have some oversight. And legislation aimed at helping patients and consumers needs to help them, not the insurance companies. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here we have Colleen Decker. Colleen, you should be getting that prompt on your end.
Hello?
Hi, Colleen. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, great. My name is Colleen Decker. This bill is a little bit more personal to me. 3 years ago, in the middle of COVID, my 26-year-old son was diagnosed with ALS. At that point, we searched for the best doctor we could find for him. We went to 4 doctors within a 100-mile radius of our house, and then we went bigger because those 4 doctors, as good as they weren't the proper fit for my son. We were told he would have 2 to 5 years to live and just go out and live his best life. He hadn't even started his best life. So the doctors that were closest to us in the state of California didn't meet our needs. We had to go search for something bigger and better. And we found that. Unfortunately, they don't work in the state of California. Tyler was 26 years old and had just been diagnosed. We could travel, and we did. We traveled all over the country to find the best fit for us. We're almost 3 years into this, and it's getting harder and harder for him to travel, with our last trip being extremely difficult. We are committed with our doctor that we have found, and she is not in California. And I don't think it's fair that the medical board can say we can't keep seeing this doctor because she's not licensed here. She's licensed in a different state and has done everything to make Tyler's care the best it can possibly be. And with this bill, it would allow us to keep seeing her and to be able to do telehealth, which we were able to do during COVID, even though we didn't know that was an exception at the time. We thought that was just standard of care. So I urge you, these are fragile, fragile patients. My son is now 29 years old and dealing with a terminal illness and has been told by numerous doctors that he is going to die. He should be allowed to see the best doctor for him and the fit that makes his life the best it can be for however long he can live it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, Dr. Hawkins, I don't see any additional requests.
Thank you. Can we have a restatement of the motion that has been seconded?
I believe it was just a straight oppose.
Hawkins, I want to point out a couple things. Number one, California does have a statute under Business and Professions Code, Section 2060, that does allow physicians licensed out of state to consult on patients in California in conjunction with a licensed provider here. Why is that important? Because if the physician is not licensed in California, this board does not have jurisdiction over them. So you can imagine that if there's no accountability to care provided to patients in California, the type of advantages that unscrupulous people will take with this very vulnerable population. With regard to the right to try a statute, that is administered by physicians licensed in California. If they don't comply with the requirements of the statute, they're subject to discipline. So very different context that we're talking about here, well-intentioned, but there are very serious risks with this bill. And there are alternatives, like I mentioned.
Thank you very much for that very important bit of information. Take a vote, please.
May I ask who provided the first on that? Thank you. All right, Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bolot?
Yes.
Dr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmoud?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? And Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. Moving on to Assembly Bill 1395 and 1396. As we did in a prior board meeting, we're taking these two together as they deal with the same topic, the Mexico Pilot Program, or MPP. The first, very briefly, 1395 requires the board to issue an MPP license to an applicant without an I-10 or Social Security number, provided they meet the various requirements. The board adopted a support position on this bill at its prior meeting. It's not been amended, and no action is required on it today. The second one relates to AB 1396, which includes the same language from 1395, but also additional proposals that would allow the MPP license holders to get an extension on the expiration date of their license. Under current law, the MPP is issued for a 3-year period and may not be renewed. After the prior board meeting, when the board gave direction to staff about amendments to the expiration provision, the extension provisions, rather. Staff continue to work with the MPP advocates to align the extension language with the board's approved position. The concepts approved by the board at the prior meeting are on page 3 and 4, and the proposed language for board approval today is also on page 4. Staff recommend the board adopt a support position on the expiration extension language. We expect this will go into the board's sunset bill, SB 815, at a later date. Happy to answer any questions.
Before you again, just I'm sure Mr. O'Connor licensing consulted and was participated in this decision. Any additional concerns about that specifically, Ms. O'Connor? Thank you. Question or comments from the board? Okay, those in the room? Those on WebEx?
Anyone wishing to make a public comment, you can raise your hand now or type anything into that Q&A window. Give everyone a few seconds. This time I'm not saying any questions.
Okay. So I got ahead of myself. So is there a motion regarding this recommendation from staff?
I move to support.
Second.
Vote, please.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bullock?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? And Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. The next is AB 1646. Under current board regulations, an out-of-state resident in an ACGME-approved program may participate in a guest rotation and practice in California without a license for up to 90 days if they also participate in a California training program. This bill would remove the requirement for participation in a California training program. Importantly, these residents would still be required to remain in their out-of-state accredited program. The analysis discusses the relevant ACGME requirements to oversee training that happens at a participating site and would remain in effect. This is expected to modestly increase access to currently available California-based training for out-of-state residents, and staff recommend a support position. Happy to answer any questions.
So are any questions or comments from the members? I would also like to ask Dr. Bullard and Dr. Helzer, who I know are involved in training programs. Is this a positive? Is it a plus?
I don't see this as a, I don't see any problems with this. I think we could support this, yes.
Yeah, that's so, yeah.
I think that it's a really important point and very timely for this particular agency that is going forward with this legislation. I think one of the questions, and I do support this, I just have a technical question, and that is, under our current PLAs, which is our program letter of agreements, what I read in here, and I always thought this to be true, when a person comes from out of state and is a guest resident in doing something, if something goes wrong when they're treating a patient, what's the culpability? Does that go back? I mean, how does that function? Because they don't really have a license. They don't even have a temporary license in the state of California. So it goes back to the attending physician that may be supervising. Is that basically what it amounts to?
I think, and I'll allow Ms. Webb to, add anything that I missed. I think there's two elements right now, Doctor. The first is, yes, the attending physician who is not satisfactorily supervising and overseeing their care, who would be a California licensee. And then second would be the layers of regulation per ACGME accreditation standards.
That's true. And then also, this is still part of their training program. And so they're constantly being evaluated through their training program. And if this would fall, if something happens that would trigger probation or termination or suspension, that gets reflected in their report from their program to whoever they're seeking licensure from if they're not licensed in any jurisdiction. So in California, the attending or otherwise supervising physician would be responsible, but also their home state program would play a role in what happens next with their own license.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board members? May I have a motion to approve staff's recommendation on this bill? Who did that, move the motion? I don't have to move it, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments for those in the room, from those in the room? Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the medical board. My name is Lisa Matsubara. I'm the General Counsel and Vice President of Policy at Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California, representing 7 Planned Parenthood affiliates throughout the state who operate over 100 health centers in California. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on AB 1646. PPAC is a sponsor on this bill. With abortion bans enacted in other states, residents in those states can no longer access abortion training in their own states. Over 44% of accredited OBGYN residency programs are now in states with abortion restrictions. This impacts more than 2,600 residents currently. AB 1646 will expand access to guest rotations and ACGME certified training sites in California for residents seeking training from states where abortion is banned. We are grateful that California is a reproductive access state and is in a strong position to ensure that we do not lose providers across the country who want to be trained in abortion. As other states legislate the practice of medicine and ban and criminalize care that is a basic part of reproductive health care, we must do our part in this time to ensure that the next generation of physicians can continue to be trained. We appreciate the medical board staff for their work providing technical amendments on this bill and ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any others, any public comments on WebEx?
Anyone wishing to make a public comment, you can raise your hand or type anything in that Q&A box and we'll call on you. Everyone, a few seconds here.
Still calling. Still calling.
At this time, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any requests.
Okay, thank you. Restate the motion, second, please.
The motion by Dr. Mahmood and seconded by Dr. Size to support AB 1646.
Taylor, may I have a vote?
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Abstain.
Dr. Sy?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. Now on to AB 1707. This bill is intended to protect California licensed healthcare professionals from adverse licensing and disciplinary actions in the state because they were subject to an adverse action by another jurisdiction for performing a sensitive service that would be lawful in California. The bill defines sensitive services to include various mental, behavioral, reproductive, and gender care services. The bill would shield a healthcare professional from facing reciprocal discipline in California if they were disciplined or faced some other type of criminal or civil sanction in another state for conduct that would be lawful in California. The board's current practice is to not take action in these types of situations anyway, therefore it is not expected to impact the board's licensing or disciplinary program. Staff recommend a support position. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the members? Okay. May I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation? So Dr. Mahmood, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any comments from the public in the hearing room?
Thank you. Lisa Matsubara for Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California. Planned Parenthood is a sponsor of AB 1707, which would protect California's providers from actions based on out-of-state laws attacking comprehensive reproductive and sexual health care. Since the U.S. Supreme Court allowed SB 8 in Texas to remain in effect and overturned Roe versus Wade, abortion providers and their patients have faced an onslaught of new and unprecedented attacks, including efforts to criminalize abortion, which is a safe and effective healthcare procedure. AB 1707 builds on AB 2626 from last year to ensure that healing arts licensees are not punished by being stripped of their licenses here in California or their medical staff privileges for providing care to patients that are lawful in the state. We'd appreciate the board's support on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Lucas Evanson on behalf of the California Medical Association, just here to provide public comment in support of AB 1707 and request the board's support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on WebEx?
Anyone who'd like to make a public comment, please use your hand raising feature or type something in the Q&A box. First up here, we have Dr. Nicole Arnetta. Let me find you here in the list. Should be receiving a prompt on your end to unmute. Looks like your line's open.
Hello, I'm Nicole Arnetta. I'm a family medicine doctor. I work at an FQHC in Salinas, California. I also travel to Kansas to provide abortion care. And this bill would help me feel like the state of California is watching out for me when I continue to provide that care. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any additional requests.
Okay. So let's restate the motion. It's been seconded.
The motion is to support the bill by Drs. Mahmood and seconded by Dr. Tsai.
Ms. Taylor?
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Abstain.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? And Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. We are now on to AB 1731. This bill exempts a healthcare professional from the requirement to consult cures when providing buprenorphine in an emergency department of an acute care hospital. This bill would help providers save time when serving patients experiencing opioid withdrawals in the emergency department. The analysis discusses some of the existing exceptions to the requirement to check cures under current law. The bill is sponsored by the California chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians. Any consumer protection risks are expected to be minimal. Therefore, staff recommend a support position. Happy to answer any questions.
So any comments from the members? Okay.
I move to support the bill.
Okay.
I would just be in support of it.
Okay. I just wonder how much time is really being saved. Just curious how much time is really being saved checking cures. I mean, not uncommonly, a staff person will draw it up, the physician will look at it and make a determination. So,
I am expecting actually a representative from the sponsor who could probably speak to that during public comment.
So we have a motion and a second. Any comments from the public in the room?
I'm sorry, who seconded? Was there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're all second.
Okay. Okay. That's right. So we have a second now. Any comments from the public present in the hearing room? On WebEx?
Anyone wishing to make a public comment, you can raise your hand or type something in the Q&A box and we'll call on you. First up here, we have Tim Madden. Tim, you should be receiving that request.
Tim Madden, and I am representing the California chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians. As Mr. Bone noted, we are the sponsor of the bill. We appreciate the analysis by Mr. Bone and the support recommendation, and we respectfully request the board adopt the support position. To the question in terms of how much time it'll save, we've had emergency physicians explain to us that cures can be a little clunky at times in terms of logging in, and it can take upwards of 5 to 10 minutes to log into cures to get that information. In an emergency department that's busy, our current president is practicing out of San Diego, and she was explaining to me that they would probably prescribe buprenorphine 8 to 10 times a day. So if they're able to save 5 to 10 minutes per episode, that's time they can use to be treating patients in busy emergency departments. And so for these reasons is why we came forward with this legislation. But more than happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, you should be receiving the request.
Hello?
Yes, Rosie, line's open.
Okay, I'm okay. That interference is gone now. I have a problem with this bill as written because in the explanation it includes information that is incorrect. It talks about the buprenorphine having less side effects than methadone, and that's not true. It just has side effects or potential adverse effects not monitored. One of the things that's not suggested is EKGs. And there is the same risk for LQT with this medication as with methadone, but the risk is greater because if it's not monitored, you don't know what's happening. I have seen people who are brought in because they take a controlled substance, all of which they are not all opioids. There are controlled substances that have other purposes. There's a number of medications that are used in conjunction and cause more of a problem. Oftentimes what you're looking at is it an overdose, which is what you're using that for, medication for, or are they having an adverse drug-to-drug reaction, which you don't screen for at all, even though the technology for that has been around for 30 years or more. This needs to be rewritten so that both sides of the coin are looked at, not just whether somebody as an administrator doesn't want to log on to the system right away. If a person's on an ambulance, there's time to check. When you come in, there's time to check. So there's no reason not to check. What you need to be checking for is whether it's really a potential overdose or is it a potential life-threatening drug-to-drug interaction, which could be 10, 12, 20% of the population that has that problem. It's a genetic problem. And if you're not testing for it, these people are being subjected to inappropriate care each and every time they have any sort of an event. So I would say until this is rewritten to take care of both sides of the coin, it should be opposed because that's in the patient's best interest. Maybe not the insurance company, but for the patient's best interest is to get appropriate screening in their medical care, not dismissing it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any additional requests.
Can you restate the motion, please?
The motion is to support the bill by Dr. Helzer, seconded by Dr. Thorpe.
Taylor?
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bullock?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. Next, now we're into the Senate bills. SB 339 expands the existing authority for pharmacists to provide HIV pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP, to patients without a prescription by allowing them to provide a 90-day supply or longer under certain conditions. Current law allows a qualified pharmacist to provide HIV PrEP medications to their patients, but only up to a 60-day supply once every 2 years. One of the current requirements is for the pharmacist to attempt to obtain patient consent to notify their primary care provider. Under this bill, the pharmacist could provide a 90-day supply and continue to furnish the medication beyond that time if they meet various conditions, including that they ensure the patient receives testing and follow-up care consistent with CDC guidelines, the pharmacist maintains documentation of the services provided, the pharmacist attempts to obtain consent to notify the patient's primary care provider, and if it does not obtain consent, shall provide the patient a list of providers in their region. This bill requires the State Board of Pharmacy, in consultation with this board, to adopt regulations to implement these requirements. Staff recommend a support position on this bill to help stem future spread of HIV, as it will help provide this valuable medication to those unable or unwilling to seek treatment from a primary care provider. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions or comments from the members? Outside?
So do current legislation or current law require that pharmacists notify the family physician or the primary care doctor?
They have to make an attempt. So if the patient refuses to provide consent or cooperate with the pharmacist in that way, then the provider would not be contacted.
Additional members? Mr. Stone, can you remind us, how was the collaboration last time with this, between the Medical Board and Pharmacy Board, when we came up with criteria for pharmacy dispensing PrEP and PEP a couple years ago? You understand my question?
Yeah, I think it precedes my time at the board, but maybe Ms. Webb.
This has happened a few times where they draft regulations and approve it at their board. They come and present to the medical board and take medical board comments on the proposed regs. If there's substantive proposed changes, they would take it back to their board, seek approval, and then if it addresses the board's needs, then they move forward with the regulatory package.
That's been quite collaborative. Okay.
Yeah, very
comments?
collaborative.
No questions? Okay, thank you for that. Seems like you've been there forever, Mr. Bone. Before your time? That's my tip to make a joke. You said before your time. I said it seems like you've been here forever. But that's all right.
I'll take that as a compliment, Doctor.
I was going to make a joke. I should not. All right. I have a motion to approve from the members, from the recommendation of the staff.
Mr. Chair, I just have a question.
Yeah.
So, do you know, Mr. Bone, what's the opposition to this? To this measure, or this idea, I guess?
I believe the concerns stem from if the patient refuses to or otherwise is not in consultation with a physician or an NP, for example, then there may be other issues that get overlooked. I think they also cite concerns with the pharmacist training and that it is not the same as a physician's, and then therefore the ability to interpret tests and ensure that they receive follow-up care is not in their view sufficient.
So as I understand correctly, right now, patients, pharmacists who dispense medications to patients only require a testing, but an attempt to notify the primary care doctor. And then this would delete the requirement that they be seen by the PMD if they receive more than 60 days of it. Right? Because we're trying to expand it to 90 days instead of just 60 days. And so this legislation would delete the requirement that the family doctor be notified if more than 60 days is given. You don't need to give, because there's no amendment that says, well, we just change it to 90 days. So if you give it more than 90 days, then we have to let your PMD know.
So the changes in law are that they could provide up to an initial 90-day course.
Okay.
Currently it's 60 days, so they can move from 60 to 90 days.
And then after that, they would have to notify.
Yes, if it's going to be beyond a 90-day course, then there's a number of conditions that the pharmacist would need to comply with. One of them is that the pharmacist, I'm just reading straight from the bill, the pharmacist notifies the primary care provider that the pharmacist completed the requirements specified in the subdivision. If the pharmacist does not have a primary care provider or refuses consent to notify the patient's primary care provider, the pharmacist shall provide the patient a list of providers in their region. I think the policy question is, for individuals who are unwilling or unable to get treatment from a primary care provider, what do we do for those folks? And so I think that this is attempting to continue to treat those folks in the best manner potentially available through pharmacists for this very important medication.
I think overall I'm in favor of this legislation, but ultimately the antivirals have side effects. It can cause liver failure, it can cause renal failure, it can cause a whole host of things. And so without physician follow-up, I think it's just dangerous.
So there would be regulations that would be drafted to, along with this, and as we discussed a moment ago, Board of Pharmacy would initiate, so this body would have another, crack at shaping those conditions.
I think.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that currently with the 60-day ability, the Pharmacy Board in collaboration with the Medical Board came up with criterion checking labs, creatinine, all this other sort of stuff. So we have to do that currently. Dr. Block?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm in support of this bill for a couple of reasons. One, we're seeing, unfortunately, individuals contracting HIV, and it's in a younger population despite the, public health notification and so on. There's a primary care access problem. There's a wait for several weeks, several months to get in, and it just becomes a barrier. And sometimes the patient doesn't want to disclose. I've had patients that go to, the gay and lesbian FQHC because they don't want to be outed. There's a lot of reasons that maybe we may not know why people do that. And as far as my interactions with pharmacists, I'll give you just a quick tidbit, and that is very detail-oriented, very checkbox, very intelligent, know those drugs better than I do, and I'll be the first to say that. And so in any drugs, that's what they go to school for 4 years. And then many of them get a postgraduate ambulatory care training, and for those reasons, I'm in support of this bill as written.
Additional comment? We have a motion for approve the staff's recommendation.
I'll move.
Is there a second?
Yeah. I'll move to support.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any comments from the public in the room? Comments on WebEx?
Does everyone like to make a public comment? You can raise your hand or use the Q&A box. Just type anything in there. First up here, we have Craig Pulsifer, I believe. Craig, you should be receiving that request.
Good afternoon, Craig Pulsifer on behalf of Equality California, a proud co-sponsor of this bill together with the San Francisco AIDS Foundation and the California Pharmacists Association. In 2019, as you all know, California passed Senate Bill 159, which made California the first state in the country to authorize pharmacists to provide PrEP and PEP without a physician's prescription. This bill was a major step forward, but pharmacists have reported significant barriers to implementing SB 159, particularly the limitation to a 60-day supply and the lack of insurance reimbursement. Just last year, the California HIV/AIDS Policy Research Centers surveyed over 900 California pharmacists and found that those surveyed said that allocating staff time for PrEP services is difficult given that there is no reimbursement. And nearly half of participants believe that the 60-day limit is not enough to ensure successful referral to a primary care provider for PrEP continuation. As a result of these barriers, few pharmacies have implemented this component of the law. And since SB 159 was signed into law, several other states have followed California's lead, but have passed their laws without the barriers that SB 159 included. SB 339 will remove barriers that are currently preventing pharmacists from fully implementing existing law and expand access to PrEP and PEP for Californians at risk for HIV. To the questions that were raised earlier regarding the involvement of primary care physicians, as has been noted, pharmacists are required to notify the patient's primary care provider whenever possible. And I would just say that even with this bill, we expect that the vast majority of patients will continue accessing PrEP and PEP from their primary care physician. However, for those patients who for whatever reason are more willing or able to access PrEP and PEP through a pharmacist, we must eliminate barriers that are currently preventing them from doing so. And the bill does include important protections to ensure that patients receive all of the testing and follow-up care that is recommended by the CDC. And thank you, and I respectfully urge your support for this bill.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, Dr. Hawkins, I don't see any additional requests.
Thank you. Mr. Bowen, is there a pharmacy compensation component to the bill?
Not to my knowledge, Doctor. I think there was there's another bill on the agenda that I think is also related to pharmacies that maybe touches on Medi-Cal.
Okay.
Dr. Hawkins,
yes.
The language, Aaron, on page 98 at the bottom says the rate of reimbursement for pharmacist services shall be at 100% of the fee scheduled for physician services. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, I thought sure there was some, and the gentleman who spoke reminded me of that.
Thank you, Mr. Varghese is correct.
Can we have a restatement of the motion that's been seconded?
The motion is to support SB 339 by Dr. Tsai and seconded by Dr. Bolat.
You know the vote, please.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? And Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. The next is SB 372, which requires DCA boards to change the name and gender of a licensee as it appears online in license lookup and in the board's records. This bill is intended to eliminate dead naming, which is when someone refers to the prior name of someone who is trans or non-binary. The board currently accommodates name and gender changes upon request, but does not remove the reference of the prior name in situations where the licensee has a disciplinary history. Board staff have already been working with DCA, other boards, and the author's office on implementation challenges and the concerns noted on page 3 of the analysis. The department itself and various other boards are also engaged on this delicate matter. If it pleases the board, rather than to take a formal position at this time, staff suggest the board send a letter with any concerns and priorities, including the 3 items noted. Ensure that any cost to implement the bill is minimized, including that the DCA board shall not have to alter any publicly available records. Ensure that consumers maintain access to disciplinary records under the licensee's former name, and to limit the bill to those who have changed both their name and gender, but with consideration of those escaping a domestic violence situation. Overall, there's expected to be a small number of licensees who meet that criteria and have a disciplinary history. Happy to answer any questions.
Can I have a show of hands from the board who agree with this recommendation regarding not voting? Any opposed, Dr. Thorpe? Okay.
Actually, I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you're recommending a pause. You said just send a letter.
Yeah, a letter with the board's sentiment. There's already been a lot of work that's being done because this bill affects all the boards, and so there's been a lot of discussions that I've participated some in, and I know many other boards in the department are engaged in.
Isn't that position the same as support unless support if amended?
Strictly speaking, I would say no, but if that's the desire of the board, then that's fine.
Because if we send that letter and the author of the motion addresses everything on that letter, then we would support.
If that's the will of the board.
No, I mean, but that's the intention, right? I mean, if they meet every condition in the letter, then you would report back to the board. Wouldn't staff recommend a support?
Depending upon how the language looked at that time, we'd take another look at it, and we'd probably make a recommendation at that time.
Yeah. In reading your report, I mean, I like to instead say support if amended position instead of a neutral position with just the letter, because I mean, if you look at all the supporters, all of our fellow DCA commissions, many of the DCA commissions are supporting it as well, and it's something that we're already working on. And it looks like the concern about the disciplinary records is something that the bill addresses, that it needs to be worked on. So, and that's one of your concerns outlined. So I would like to put in a motion of support if amended.
So I want to ask, are any other questions or comments from the members? Any other comments? No. Okay.
I'm a little slow on moving, I guess. I personally would rather keep our neutral position and use the approach Mr. Bone recommended, rather than, at least at this point, rather than recommending a support if amended position. So I would vote against this particular. I would be in favor of maintaining our neutral position. Just to go on the record.
Any further comments from the members? Comments or questions for those in the room, from those in the room, rather? WebEx?
If anyone would like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand or type anything in that QA window and we will get you called upon. First up here we have VJ Katri. Nope, dropped off. See if they come back. Next up here we have Randall Hager.
Afternoon, members of the board. Randall Hager here representing the Psychiatric Physicians Alliance of California. We are proud co-sponsors of this legislation. I've followed your conversation here with interest. I understand that you're not opposing this, but I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. I think that you had an excellent analysis by Mr. Bone of the salient features of this bill. We'd just like to underscore the fact that it's important and why this bill is important to address the issues of high rates of discrimination and the targeting of people who are trans, verbal harassment, physical threats, and discrimination in the workplace are often the results of their status when they're outed. And so this bill is an attempt to try to find some reasonable medium where they can experience privacy and safety, and yet the very vital functions of the medical board in relation to its public charge of ensuring public safety is also preserved. And so we will look forward to interacting with you and your staff in the discussions with DCA going forward.
For your public comment. I'm not seeing any additional requests in queue.
So we have a recommendation from staff about process. We have what sounds like a recommendation for expediency or efficiency from.
No, I have a motion. I introduced.
I'm just reviewing
okay, sorry.
where we are. We have a recommendation for staff. We have what sounds like probably a recommendation or a motion with the goal of efficiency and expediency. And we have a comment from another member, Dr. Thorpe, who recommends another approach with the sequence. Any further discussion?
Just for clear, my approach is just to say neutral, which is staff recommendation. That's the only, I didn't.
Is that an accurate representation? Is it neutral? It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask Mr. Bone, can you repeat again what was the timeline about, or what the letter would include?
It would include the sentiment of the board that it's wants to see these things addressed, that there are, as we've been discussing this, amongst the staff, there's some challenges to be worked through with the language to make sure that it works with our processes, that it doesn't have any unintended consequences with regard to costs or programming changes with regard to our IT systems. And then the other factor, it's also very important, of making sure that there's a pathway for consumers to get access to the disciplinary records for one of the folks that we're trying to help with the bill if they were to have a disciplinary record. So if their name changes, then how are we going to make sure that consumers will still have a way to make sure that they can get access to the disciplinary history so that way they can make an informed decision about who their provider is. And then we had the privacy considerations that are kind of the chief thing. So there's a kind of a number of things that are in tension, Ms. Lubiano, and so that's what if the board is agreeable with all those key points, then we would put that into the letter and, notify the author's office and then continue to work broadly with the department and with the other like-minded boards in order to address these concerns. Is that helpful?
Yes. So it sounds like the motion is, provided all those things are checked off, we would support. Okay. Thank you.
So we have a motion for Mr. Rue, which I'd like to be restated, so we can see if we get a second and if we can have a vote on it. So, you have a second? Okay. Can we have a vote on that?
Well, could I clarify real quick?
Sure.
So I just want to point out that, especially in these times, violence, hate, and discrimination against trans is at an all-time high. I mean, it is higher than anything else right now, and they're really being attacked and victimized. And I think it's important for us to stand in solidarity with all of the other departments. And basically what staff's, Mr. Bone's recommendation, based on everything we've already done, is literally sounds like we support if amended. So to your concerns. So as long as, and the staff's concerns are predominantly has to do with cost, implementation, the disciplinary records, like matching up, and it's all listed in the board analysis. So as long as those concerns are met, then we support. So that's what I'm,
I just say I don't have all the positions for the various boards. I think there's a range, and these are I confess these are what's listed on the analysis right now are mostly non-board entities. So I know there's various boards that have different positions. They kind of run the gamut, but that there's a number that I've been in dialogue with that are trying to get there to address all the concerns that I mentioned in my comments a moment ago to Ms. Lubiano. So I hope that's helpful.
Which is, again, it will be support unless all those conditions are met. If those conditions are met, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then there was a second from Dr. Mahmood.
Okay, Ms. Taylor?
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes. I think we've had our comments in the hearing room and also WebEx. Okay, so they can go to the next bill.
Excuse me. SB 345 is next. This bill is very similar to an earlier bill discussed, AB 1705, which the board adopted a support position on. This one, SB 345, would also enact various legal protections for healthcare providers who are licensed in California and are sanctioned because they are providing reproductive or gender care services in another state or jurisdiction. The bill would prevent the board from denying an application for licensure or disciplining a board-issued license related to them for providing a legally protected healthcare activity, which is defined in the bill, in another state. This bill does not protect a physician who provides services below the standard of care. Like with AB 1707, the bill proposes to address the risks related to them providing treatment that is lawful in California but may not be in other states. The board's practice is to, again, not take reciprocal discipline in these situations, and this therefore is not expected to change the board's disciplinary program. The analysis does note a concern as the bill could potentially shield a licensee from discipline if they knowingly provide medical care in another state without a license. In such situations, the provider would still face discipline or other sanctions from that other state, but not here in California. The bill's proponents have expressed their desire to work with the board on any concerns that may arise in this regard. On balance, the bill laudably attempts to protect providers from facing consequences in California for providing care that is lawful in this state. Accordingly, looked as a whole, the board recommends a support position, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the members?
I need of the hour, and I wholeheartedly support this.
Is that a motion?
I can make it a motion, yes.
Okay. So I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Comments from public present in the room?
Thank you very much for allowing public comment. My name is Dr. Kelly Piper. I'm a family doc, and I travel to rural California, to Kansas, and to Arizona to do abortions, and have been an abortion provider for 25 years. In Kansas, you may know that a very revered abortion doctor was shot in his church 14 years ago. In Arizona, an abortion doctor and a friend is being sued for millions of dollars by an angry ex-husband of a patient she took care of as a medication abortion 5 years ago. So for good reason, many states recruit Californians to help out because it's difficult to get local doctors. After Dobbs, there was a flood of patients coming to Kansas to try and get care, and not enough care for them. Only 1 in 10 people were able to get an appointment. So to help out, I started a medication abortion clinic called Aria Medical, recruited 10 California doctors. They all got Kansas licenses, and they fly out once a month to help out, and we've seen 1,000 patients in our first 3 months. So to protect me, the doctors I hired, and other providers who are trying to step up, we urge you to support SB 345 and are grateful for the staff's recommendation. And just please consider carefully what this bill does and doesn't do. What it does is it protects California providers who are offering 3 types of care. People come to California to get care. We travel to border states to do legal care under different licenses or through very limited telehealth. And what SB 345 it allows you to not cooperate with these hostile actions. So in other words, California doesn't need to extradite me for mass murder if I'm charged by Texas. It doesn't need to honor civil penalties that could bankrupt us. It doesn't require, then we don't get suspended licenses if we're accused of practicing without a license just because in Texas a patient took follow-up pills after I gave their legal abortion pills in Kansas. And this is worth emphasizing because medication abortion sometimes happens over a couple of days, and it's well established that the abortion happens when the doctor and patient meet and when I dispense the pills. But a prosecutor in Texas could see it differently and use the tools of the state to go after my license, my liberty, and all of my savings if a patient takes these follow-up pills in Texas. But as mentioned, it does not require the medical board to condone or endorse interstate telehealth. It does not require you to ignore a doctor practicing bad medicine or doing fraud. It simply says, let's not cooperate if hostile states try to go after us for doing care that would be illegal in California. And we're very aware that there's nothing California can do to protect us from these hostile actions if I'm in another state. But while I'm in California, I'm asking California to protect me. This is also important for telehealth providers. There are many examples of continuity where I'm taking care of someone and they go to college, or they're taking care of an ill patient, family member. We need to be able to make sure that those people can continue to get care from the California doctors, even if they're in other states. Most of the access states in the U.S. have already passed provider protection bills. There have been many constitutional scholars and experts that have looked at this bill and are comfortable with its language and shown the path forward. These are written to be constitutional and defensible, and we cannot wait. We are at risk now. So please protect us and support SB 345.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your support and explaining the complexity of this condition. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Natalie Birnbaum. I am a healthcare regulatory attorney and have worked closely with key stakeholders and their attorneys to draft this bill. I just want to start by thanking you for and naming my gratitude for your continuous support for California to support abortion access as demonstrated by your previous votes today. SB 345 provides critical legal protections to healthcare providers practicing gender-affirming care and reproductive healthcare services that are legally protected and within the standard of care in the state of California. In short, this bill ensures that anti-abortion state officials who seek to cross state lines into California to prosecute, penalize, or simply intimidate clinicians providing legally protected healthcare will receive no help from this state. We are talking about California's resistance to the criminalization of healthcare. This bill retains California and the medical board's authority to regulate physician and healthcare-related practices within California and does not redefine regulatory infrastructure, licensing requirements, the standard of care, including as related to telehealth. In fact, this board will retain the authority to regulate healthcare providers that are providing telehealth even in states where they don't have a license, so long as if that care falls below the standard of care here. So the only issue, because I just wanted to clarify your point, that California will still be able to regulate that. It's just a piece of out-of-state licensure that is distinct. The bill retains, the SB 345 defines legally protected healthcare as healthcare services secured by the Constitution or the laws of California. The state retains the authority to investigate and discipline any provider acting below the standard of care for these services, even, like I said before, in the narrow instance where the patient is out of state. As we heard earlier today, other states' regulatory pathways permit providers holding out-of-state licenses to offer care into those states. These narrow circumstances include when a patient needs emergency care, the out-of-state provider's care is infrequent, or for the continuity of patient care. California providers are already seeing patients across state lines through these regulatory pathways. And these are the exact type of exceptions that reproductive health care and gender-affirming care are likely to fall within. For example, California residents often relocate for vacation, school, employment, and Arizona and Idaho are the two most popular states for Californians to relocate to for college, and these states have significant bans. Without SB 345, a trusted California OBGYN or primary care physician who wants to prescribe their 19-year-old patient in school in Idaho a medication abortion will be less vulnerable to an Idaho extradition order. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Public comments on WebEx?
Anyone like to make a public comment? You can please raise your hand or just type anything in that Q&A window and we'll call upon you. First up here we have Dr. Nicole Araneta.
Hello, I'm Dr. Araneta, a family medicine physician and an abortion provider, and I'm a mother of a baby and toddler. I thank the board for supporting California as an access state thus far, and I respectfully ask that the board support this bill. I became a family medicine doc to impact people's lives in a positive way, to help them lead full lives and achieve their goals. And my heart is with patients who are underserved. This shows in my main job, which is a primary care physician for a majority Spanish-speaking population at an FQHC in Salinas. And this includes delivering babies at an understaffed and underfunded county hospital. In my journey through medical training, because my heart is with underserved patients, I came from someone who would have identified as anti-abortion in high school to an abortion provider as an attending physician. There is no other procedure that I do that more obviously or more concretely impacts my patients' lives in a positive way. And lack of access to this procedure primarily affects people who are underserved and come from more marginalized communities. I provide abortion care in California, and I also travel to Kansas. I provide care that is legal in Kansas and in California. Still, I am taking many risks. My license, civil penalties, criminal charges, and this bill will give me the protection that I need while I'm in California to continue to feel enabled to do the work that I do. It will also help protect my livelihood and therefore protect my family and my two little kids as well. Yes, obviously, I think it's coming out from what I've been saying that this bill would mean a lot to providers like me and to our patients as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here we have Ana Coutinho, looks like. Ana, are you there?
Oh, can you hear me?
We can, yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry. So my name is Dr. Ana Coutinho, and I'm a family physician and abortion provider. I, very similarly to Dr. Araneta, have a full-time job in a federally qualified health center east of the East Bay, serving underserved patients, and additionally I used to fly to Texas and currently fly to Kansas and New Mexico to provide abortion care access, and very much feel that the choice to have a child and when to have a child is one of the most important decisions an individual can make for their life and for their future and for their family. Supporting this bill will allow physicians like me to continue to safely practice in California, protecting the patient access that we have here, and allowing the patients that we serve in other states knowing that they will have an individual to come fly to serve the needs that they have, given the restriction in those individual states and the lack of access that those individuals have. So I very much strongly ask you to support SB 345.
Very much for your public comment. There's no one else any additional questions, Dr. Hawkins.
Okay, can you restate the motion that's been seconded and for the vote?
The motion is to support SB 345. The motion was made by Dr. Mahmood and seconded by Dr. Sai.
Okay. Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bullock?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
No.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
The next bill, thank you, members. The next bill is SB 524, although that we're going to skip over that with permission, Dr. Hawkins. That bill was held this year as of this morning. So next is SB 544. This would facilitate the use of online-only meetings by a state body like this board that is subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. If the state body takes advantage of the option provided in the bill, then they must provide the public a physical location where they may participate in the meeting and address the state body. The analysis sets forth the various requirements, but I would note for the members that if you remotely participate in such a meeting, then you would be required to disclose any other person 18 years of age or older who is in the room with you at the time that you are participating in the meeting, including the general nature of your relationship with that person. This bill is similar to one that the board supported last year. Staff recommend a support position on this bill as well, and happy to answer any questions.
I move to support.
Is there a second?
Second?
Comments, questions from the members? Comments or questions from the public in the room? WebEx?
Anyone would like to make a public comment? Please go ahead and raise your hand or type anything in the Q&A box. We'll get you called upon. Apologies for the static coming through on the line too. I know it's seems to be increasing this afternoon. We'll try to work on that our next break. But this time I'm not taking any questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing. Okay, great. Restatement, please.
The motion is to support SB 544, motion by Dr. Sai, seconded by Dr. Thorpe.
Taylor?
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bullock?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. The next is SB 636. This bill requires any physician or psychologist involved in utilization review related to a workers' compensation claim by a private employer to be licensed here in California. It also states that the physician in question shall have the same duty of care to the injured worker that the treating physician would have. Utilization review is directly related to the practice of medicine and is intended to help ensure appropriate treatment for injured California workers. Accordingly, staff recommend the board adopt a support position. Happy to answer questions.
Board questions or comments? Will this delay the evaluation of the workers' comp claims? This is one of the problems we have already. Patients complain all the time about, it's hard to get my complaint adjudicated or taken care of. Do you think that this, if it goes through, would actually limit or delay the evaluation and decisions about claims for work-related injuries? That's a question.
Well, I would not claim to be a workers' comp expert,
That's
Dr.
fine.
Hawkins, but I think that is opponents to this would state that is a concern, and I think for the staff, again, we view this as related to the practice of medicine.
Understood. Is there, Dr. Malott?
Yeah, I remember talking about this several years ago, so now you'll have to bring me up to date on this, because my understanding was that a workers' comp doctor could be in Texas, Arizona, whatnot, providing care to a California injured worker, and there was no oversight of that doctor. Now, that's not what this bill is about, right? This is about, tell me a little bit more, because this is a little confusing, because what I thought I knew from before was that that doctor, we had no oversight of workers' comp doctors as a medical board. I can help.
Ms. Webb? Okay, thank you.
So the actual care that's being provided to California injured workers is provided by California licensed providers. What happens then is it goes out for a utilization review, and those folks don't have to be licensed in California under current law. Well, but they can have an equally beneficial or detrimental impact to the California patient. And so the board has a history of saying utilization review is the practice of medicine because it has that kind of impact on California patients. So this legislation is trying to ensure that the reviewer also is licensed in California and has to practice within the standard of care for that patient, and the board would have oversight over that person.
So thank you for that clarification, and I just want to go back to this notion. So a PTP, a doctor that works in as a workers' compensation doctor, he or she licensed here in the state, and somewhere I have misinformation in my own head about the fact that I thought the Medical Board of California didn't oversee their practice as it relates to a California injured worker. And that's the first thing. And the second thing, I totally agree with your statement that utilization and saying yes or no is the practice of medicine. So thank you.
So is there a motion to approve the staff's recommendation?
I would move to support.
Second? Second. Dr. Mood, second? Okay. Any comments from the public in the room? WebEx?
If anyone would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or type anything in that Q&A box, and we'll call on you. First up here we have Steve Catacola. I got that from Steve, sorry. Should I receive that prompt on your end, Steve?
I'm just announcing it. I used to too when I was a kid.
Sorry, Steve, we can barely hear you. Can you come closer to your device?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Much better. Thank you.
Is that better? I represent the California Neurology Society and the California Society of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, and they are co-sponsors of this bill, along with the American Federation of State and County Municipal Employees and the Union of American American Physicians and Dentists. To give a little background, the basis for this bill is a request by the California Supreme Court from the case King versus Crown Partners, wherein Mr. King was denied Klonopin by an out-of-state physician, went into Caesars and went to the emergency room 3 times. And as a result, Mr. King sued the UR company, not the doctor, for malpractice, and it went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said their hands were tied because of the plenary power of the legislature to create the workers' compensation system. So in other words, they weren't free to use what might normally be the case in a commercial or a non-work comp setting. And they specifically said, although it was in a concurrent part of the opinion, they asked specifically for the legislature to examine how it had constructed utilization review in the context of workers' compensation, because, and this is almost a direct quote, it doesn't seem to be working the way you anticipated. And so California Neurology Society 2 years ago introduced, and the California Medical Association adopted a resolution that says exactly what was read to you. And that is, number one, that UR is the practice of medicine. and that utilization review physicians should be licensed in California. And thirdly, of course, that they have a duty of care identical to the treating physician. So that's the genesis of the bill and the purpose of the bill. And we are very pleased to know that the medical board is in a support position after you take your vote. Now, with respect to the question that was asked earlier about the treating
30
physician.
seconds remaining.
Okay, the treating physician must be licensed in California. The utilization review physician at this point is not.
Additional WebEx?
That's all the requests I see at this time, Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you. A restatement of the motion?
The motion is to support SB 636, motion by Dr. Thorpe, seconded by Dr. Mahmood.
Fearless? Vote?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, members. SB 784 expands existing exemptions from the ban on the corporate practice of medicine to allow any healthcare district hospitals to directly employ physicians in those facilities. I did receive word yesterday that this became a 2-year bill and won't be expected to continue moving through the legislative process until next January at the soonest. However, if the board has a strong opinion about this and wish to be on the record, then it should feel free to take a position today. If the board wished to wait for any future changes to the bill and discuss them at a board meeting in early 2024, then that would be appropriate as well. Based upon the language today, staff recommend an opposed position. Rather than making permanent an existing exception, as was covered in another bill, AB 242, earlier today, this bill proposes a significant new exception to the ban on the corporate practice of medicine. Happy to answer any questions.
The specifics of it is expansion in what area?
It creates a new exception to the ban on the corporate practice of medicine, and so public district hospitals would be able to directly employ physicians in their facilities, their hospital facilities.
And the staff is recommending opposed. Comments?
I would just say that for a number of reasons, primarily I think that potential for influence, undue influence in the practice of medicine, the lack of adequate patient protections, this permanent exemption to the corporate practice bar. I think that staff has it right that we should oppose this.
Additional comments? If not, you want to make a motion? Oh, sorry, Ms. Young?
Sorry, Mr. Bone, could I just ask you, based on its changing to a 2-year bill, is staff's recommendation still to oppose, or is it to delay making a decision?
I put the choice before the board, so it is certainly possible that the bill will see substantial changes when the bill comes up, likely in January. Anything can happen in the legislature, and so if the board feels like it wants to be on the record, then we've done all the work, everything's teed up, the board's, as good a time as any for the board to state that how they feel currently about this particular issue. And then it also is helpful as I'm having other conversations about this related topic, then I can refer back to, this vote if it ends up going to oppose. It's just helpful for me to keep current with the thinking of the board, but certainly acceptable if the board wants to delay the decision until a future meeting.
Understood. Thank you.
Dr. Thorpe and Dr. Mahmood?
I just think that historically, in terms of being able to influence legislative activity, if we want the bill to be changed, and I think there's there's a lot of changes that need to be made for, at least for me to be comfortable seeing it see the light of day. I don't think opposed with amendment would be an adequate position. I think there's enough issues here that opposition would give us much more influence to be able to affect the outcome of the bill in a way that would be acceptable to the board than just a less significant statement.
So as long as you have the microphone, do you want to make a motion before I go to Dr. Mahmood?
I would move that the board oppose SB 784.
Second. Thank you. Dr. Mahmood?
I was going to say that since there's a lot of time and there is a very high likelihood they will make more changes to this, we should wait for the final version and we can make a really educated and right decision instead of keep fighting and take a decision at that time instead of taking the decision now.
Any comments from the public? WebEx?
Anyone like to make a public comment on this item or on this particular bill? Please go ahead and raise your hand or type something in the Q&A box. Give everyone a few seconds here.
Mr. Liana, comment? I think you said you want to make a comment.
Yes. To Dr. Mahmood's comment about waiting, I think for this board, we have to think about, that this is an expansion, right, of the corporate practice of medicine, and are we ready to, do we want to, let that line go? So I think it's a big decision, and if we do wait, one argument could be that, okay, well, we might be okay, but it's like, do we allow the expansion or not? I think that's the first question. So I'd be in favor of opposing for now.
Okay. Any other comments before the vote? Dr. Sai?
No, I think somebody seconded already, right?
It's already been seconded.
Oh, okay.
I was bringing it back to see if there are any other comments before we do the vote. Was someone on WebEx? I thought you said no.
No comments on WebEx.
Okay. I'm sorry. Has anybody spoken who wants to speak to this? Okay. Then restate the motion. Get the second.
The motion is to oppose Senate Bill 784. The motion was made by Dr. Thorpe and seconded by Dr. Hauser.
Taylor?
Ms. Lubiana?
Yes.
Dr. Bullitt?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Abstain.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? And Dr. Hawkins?
Yes. Well, here we are. Mr. Bone?
Sadly, members, our last bill. I regret to inform you. As you may know, you may have heard before, the board is going through sunset review. Senate Bill 815 is this board's sunset bill. As currently drafted, it contains multiple items requested by the board, which is a great thing. Most notably, the requested physician fee increases, establishment of a complainant liaison unit, and a 4-year sunset extension. Those are, I think, the board's top priorities that I gathered from all the previous conversations in prior meetings. The analysis notes the various items in the bill, which are numbered 1 through 20 in the analysis. There are multiple areas of the bill where the staff had comments for the board's consideration and included suggested conceptual amendments that either clarify the approach proposed, reduce the associated costs, or address technical drafting errors. When we were in this position 2 years ago, during the prior sunset review, the board received significant opposition to the board's proposed fee increase. Unfortunately, which has been discussed on multiple occasions and in various documentation, the board's financial situation continues to degrade. Although the bill as drafted comes with a support if amended recommendation, the staff's desire is to continue to work with the legislature and ask them to approve SB 815 with as many of the provisions as possible that the board is seeking. For example, as I mentioned, the board's highest priorities are fee increase, establishing complaint liaison unit, and obtaining a 4-year sunset extension. I am hopeful that the bill, well, I take it back. It was approved today by the Senate Appropriations Committee, which will then require an approval by a majority of senators no later than Friday, June 2nd. Happy to answer any questions about the provisions of the bill. There's definitely a lot in there.
Comments and questions from the members?
Mr. Chair, so just a question to Mr. Bone. So it passed out of Senate Appropriations today?
Yes.
As it's written?
As is, yeah.
Not with your edits or with your recommendations?
No. No, it was just a due pass. There was no amendments taken today. I did not expect, if you're wondering, I did not expect, what was in the analysis to necessarily influence the outcome today in the Appropriations Committee. The analysis is, for the members', consideration. Because I think we've been very clear with the legislature about what our requests are. Some of them have been documented and presented, I think, 3 years on now.
Right.
But there's, like I said, there's a number of things that we've asked for, which of course we're grateful to Senator Roth for his consideration, and we've had, I think, excellent dialogue with him, and I think that's borne out in the language of the bill right now. It contains a lot of things that we're asking for. There are some things that we'd like to improve upon, and some proposals that are in there, and that's where then the comments from the staff, I think, have the most bearing. And so then what we're asking for the board today is to adopt a supportive amended position, seeking all of the changes that are outlined in the analysis to go into the into the bill in print. And like I said before, a moment ago, I'm expecting that it's going to be a challenge to get our fees that we're seeking. I got a letter from the California Medical Association earlier today outlining their position. I think we'll be hearing from a representative from them in a moment. And so my desire is for us to continue to advocate, even though we're going to have a supportive amended position, to continue to advocate for the things that the board has already directed us to do. We took a similar approach a couple of years ago when we went through Sunset Review, 2021, and we were supportive amended throughout in the summer months. When we took a position, it was supportive amend because it never got there for enough things for the board to get to just a straight support. But at the same time, it was important for us to continue to ask for the legislature to continue to approve the bill and for the governor to sign the bill, even though we never got to support, because, well, sunset's really important. I want the board to sunset.
Right.
So that's it's a little bit of an odd situation, but I just wanted to verbalize that for the members.
Could I just have a follow-up question?
Sure.
So on item 15, burden of proof.
Yeah.
Currently, the bill, as written, proposes to bifurcate the burden of proof. Can you explain what their perspective is or what they're trying to do there?
Yeah, let me go to the language. And I'm going to... I know Ms. Webb will be able to help me out in this regard as well. So right now, per case law, there's no statutory law, but it's case law that sets, clear and convincing evidence. where I think the bill is trying to go, which is what we've heard Senator Roth state in public hearings, is that for discipline that's going to result in revocation or suspension, that he wishes to maintain clear and convincing evidence. For whatever falls short of that, probation, PLRs, PRs, cite and fines, I suppose, preponderance is where he's agreeing with us in that regard. The language is a little bit more than that, as it is in current law, as it's in the bill right now, and so that's why we have some technical changes to, I think, get us to where he is going towards. Moreover, we're not clear yet on how we would really implement a bifurcated standard of proof. I think that's essentially what we said at those public hearings, the Sunset Review hearing back in March. So don't have a clear answer if that's what you're asking, where that might go, and I don't know, some of the other executive staff may be able to provide some additional light on that.
Yes. Mr. Bowman, would the bifurcated standard apply only to the medical board or to other boards as well?
I believe the way it's probably drafted right now would apply to this board and perhaps the osteopathic medical board.
I mean, it's got a lot of problems, including the reference to the statement of issues, which currently we use a preponderance of the evidence. Those are the licensing matters. So I don't think Senator Roth is trying to make it more difficult for the board in those cases. So, this is, again, an opportunity for Senator Roth and his staff to work with us to correct this. This is not what the board approved. We implored him not to go this direction, and we're going to continue to work with him to try to correct it.
May I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation on this bill?
I'll move to approve. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll second.
So Dr. Hauser, motion, and second. Any comments from the public in the room? Welcome again.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. CMA appreciates the opportunity to provide public comment. CMA is opposed to SB 815 unless amended. We've recently shared a letter with members of the legislature and board staff outlining our thoughts on various proposals within the bill. CMA would note that it strongly opposes the proposal to raise renewal fees for physicians and surgeons licensing fees by 56%. Instead, CMA believes a more prudent approach would be to reevaluate conditions of the loans to afford the MBC a manageable repayment schedule and instead raise licensing fees by $150. CMA looks forward to having productive conversations with the legislature, governor's office, and the board in the coming weeks, and has appreciated all the board staff's work thus far. Thank you.
Weber?
Anyone who wants to make a public comment, you can go ahead by raising your hand or typing it in the Q&A box, and we'll get you called on in the order we see you. First up here, we have a call-in user from the 510 area code. Should be getting a prompt here and to press *6 to unmute. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, hi. My name is Kimberly Turbin. I'm from Los Angeles, and I volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. I'm here representing not only myself, as I suffered lifelong harm while delivering my son, but I also am representing all of the mothers who lost their lives due to maternal negligence. The babies that died also, those babies left behind who are now motherless. I fully support the increase in the initial licensing and renewal fee to $13.50. We have no other option in order for you to have the funding you need to operate as a board. This increase is needed. I support the establishment of a fee to be paid by a petitioner seeking to reinstate his license or for early termination of probation. These are both actions that take a lot of staff time and effort on the board's part, and there should also be some fee associated with it. I am also in favor of extending the time frame for a petitioner to apply for license reinstatement to wait at least 5 years to file for reinstatement of their license, and 2.5 years or for half of their probationary term before a licensee can apply for early termination of probation. There should be a longer time frame established as a form of a consequence for licensee putting themselves into this position while also giving themselves the time to work on their issues. Finally, I am pleased to see the amendment that includes the complainant interview. I agree with your amendment that will call for complainants or family members to be interviewed before complaints are dismissed. This was our original request to ensure the families were able to give input before the complaint was closed. In addition to the enforcement process, it will also help so many families. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Eric Anders. Go ahead and just keep the room on mute there. Eric Anders should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Can you hear me?
Okay, please go ahead, Eric.
First of all, this static is horrible. We can hardly hear any of the meeting, which is preventing the public from actually being able to hear what's going on in the room. Second, these are my own words, not ones scripted by Consumer Watchdog. Can someone answer why you wouldn't want the board to sunset? This board is so screwed up, it can't even function with a proper budget so as to properly protect consumers from bad doctors. The California Medical Association has such a huge stronghold over the board that an organization that favors doctors' well-being over patient safety, even though 2/3 of the state's doctors aren't even members of that organization, they might as well be serving as the executive director. Sorry, Reggie, CMA is running the show, not you. Why not just sunset and start the whole thing over from scratch? What are you all so afraid of? It's not like if that happens, the state is going to be without a board at all, because this board will exist until a new one is properly formulated, as I understand it. Accepting the status quo and being at the mercy of the CMA's political maneuverings every 2 to 4 years is ridiculous. It's embarrassing to the state, and it's just letting rich, bully organization have power over the people. Every 4 years, we have to beg you, to beg the legislature to make changes and protect us. Just let the board sunset and let's revamp and start over. Every sunset, this board is losing more and more power to the California Medical Association, putting more and more consumers at risk and letting bad doctors off the hook. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, you should be receiving that prompt.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead, Marion.
Thank you. Hello, this is Marion Hollingsworth, Patient Safety Advocate. SB 815, the Sunset Bill, takes few steps to actually protect patients in California. While a consumer liaison unit would be helpful in keeping complainants informed of the status of their cases, the future of such a unit is still contingent on a budget that possibly would not even support one. Even then, a liaison unit does nothing to protect consumers from potentially dangerous doctors beforehand. There is no prevention, just picking up the pieces after the fact. SB 815 does nothing to inform consumers of potentially dangerous doctors who are currently under investigation. The board insists that consumers look at the website to check on the status of a doctor. However, the board reveals nothing to indicate whether that doctor is under investigation until an accusation is posted. That process, as you know, can take up to 3 years, leaving consumers unaware that a doctor they chose is under investigation for patient harm, fraud, or even murder, as 2 currently are in San Diego. A bifurcated approach still protects doctors more than patients. It seems that 815 is more geared to protect the integrity and finances of the board and the reputation of doctors, leaving the safety of consumers to fate. Please stand on your own to actually protect consumers instead of listening to the doctor's lobby, the California Medical Association. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Tracy Dominguez. Tracy, you should be receiving that prompt. Afternoon, Tracy, are you there?
Hello?
There you go, Tracy. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Tracy Dominguez, and I am from Bakersfield. And this is not a scripted. This is real life. This is my story. This is my daughter, Demi, and my grandson, Malachi's story. So this is not scripted, and I take offense to that. I am a volunteer from Consumer Watchdog, and I am a founder of Save a Mom, Save a Family Foundation here in Bakersfield. I am here representing my daughter and my grandson, who both died due to medical negligence. The complaint interview will help some Californians from this point on. We agree with your amendment that the complaint interview should take place before the complaints are dismissed. That was our original request. Had the complaint interviewed before in place earlier, the board would not have been able to ignore my grandson's complaint. That's my story. The board staff would have had to interview me, and I would have had the opportunity to prove input, and the board would not have been able to ignore my grandson's complaint so easily. I support your amendment to move the patient impact statement to the investigation portion of the enforcement process, where the investigator will ask the family to provide a patient impact statement to the board members to consider and would be included in the enforcement process. This would have made a difference in my daughter Demi's case. I had to fight to provide information to your enforcement staff, and it was truly a hard struggle. I had the opportunity, if I had the opportunity to provide an impact statement to the investigator, then my complaint would have most likely gone all the way to the ALG hearing, as I was promised. Instead, at the last minute, the settlement that this 25-year repeat offender was offered. I fully support the patient impact statement policy. It should include the licensing board, especially to the osteopathic board also. I agree that we should have one standard of proof, and it should be the preponderance of evidence. It too is confusing to have two different standards, and I agree the board staff cannot possibly determine that the outcome would be before the investigating complaint. We can reduce the numbers of repeat offenders by changing the burden of proof across the board to the preponderance of evidence. No one knows this better than me. My daughter was a victim, the repeat offender of a repeat offender in the state. Had all the burden of proof allowed in lower 25 years or even 10 years,
please conclude.
This repeat offender would have lost his license a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment. Next up, we have Maria Ibarra Navarrete. You should be receiving that request on your end.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please
Are
go
you
ahead.
able to hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Maria, can you hear us?
Hello, are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, Maria. I don't think you're hearing us anymore, though. Maria, can you hear us? Leave Maria here, go to Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and we will come back to Maria. Michelle, you should be receiving that request on your end. Michelle, are you there?
Good afternoon. I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I am with Consumer Watchdog. We would like to thank you for listening to us and this incredible team of advocates that I'm honored to work with. Thank you for including our priorities of and adding workable amendments to our complainant interview priority, for continuing to support a public board member majority, while also supporting a patient impact statement, amongst other issues. A couple of our priorities are missing, including adding a notification of an 805 report received to the physician profile. The board agreed to make it a priority, and we would like further discussions on this very important transparency issue. We fully support the complainant interview and the amendment to require the complainant interview to be conducted before a consumer complaint is closed. That is the issue we originally brought to this board because we wanted to address the need for input into the enforcement process before complaints are closed. So thank you for remembering this and making the amendment. If I'd only had a complaint interview before Laird complaint was closed, so much would have changed, and me and my team would probably not be commenting before you today. We support the patient impact statement amendment, placing a patient impact statement during the investigation process and being conducted by the investigator. We support this impact statement being considered during enforcement process and being used for future policy. This would also support those families that have an investigator meet with them before they submit their complaints, because families have not reviewed medical records and are not prepared to be interviewed at that time. We also agree that the patient impact statement policy should include the osteopathic medical board. In regards to the possibility of increased legal costs, if the physician should challenge the content of the statement, the board would still be covered due to cost recovery. The cost you recover will increase. We support the increase of licensing fees, and we continue to support the change of the burden of proof. We agree with you that it should be one standard of proof across the board, which is preponderance of evidence. We are not sure how you would manage two different standards of proof. It is confusing and might negatively impact investigations. We support a public board member majority, and we really want the board to take the path that will get us a public board member majority quickly. We are concerned that adding 2 more public board members and having 3 public board member vacancies will not solve the problem. If this means that you have to eliminate 2 physician board member vacancies and move on filling a public board member seat, and that would change the composition of the board faster, then we request you do that. We're concerned with what a smaller board might mean, but we're also concerned that adding 2 more board member seats and having 3 vacancies will never get us the change we are seeking. We look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here, we're going to go back to Maria again. Maria, should be receiving that prompt.
Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, Maria.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hello? Are you able to hear me?
I'm sorry, Maria. I don't think your line's working right here. We're going to have to go ahead and move on. This time, Dr. Hawkins, I don't see any additional requests.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So before the vote, any other board members have any comments or questions? And finally, I'd like to offer staff an opportunity to make any comments regarding 815 if they feel they have not, if they want to emphasize something. So members, questions or comments on 815 rather? 805, Jesus. 815. Staff. Thank you very much. Well, it's been efficient. With some trepidation, I said Thursday, wow, all those legislation, but I believe you did a good job. I think we're right for their hard work.
I think we still need to do the vote on the.
Oh, yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yes.
So appreciate your forward thinking there, Doctor.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So to restate the vote,
please.
Yes. So the motion is support if amend on SB 815 as proposed by staff with all the changes proposed by staff. And that motion was made by Dr. Helzer and was seconded by Dr. Tsai.
All right, Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Ms. Jung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes, and thank you very much.
Thank you, members.
So the board will now recess until tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. in this room.
Oh, Dr. Hawkins, can I just make a quick comment?
Of course you can.
To Mr. Andrus on the phone, if you're still watching, listening, I just wanted to offer my condolences on your loss, and I'll be thinking about you. Thank you.